Does Texas...
What the hell is going on, you assholes? What's up, Random? What's up, John Zook? Appreciate the video on depression, been thinking about stuff in a way healthier way. Well, that's good. Most important thing to remember is that nothing matters and we're all gonna die anyway. From that perspective, why bother worrying about anything? Getting pissed off, feeling miserable, just appreciate things for what they are, you know? Yeah, I'm gonna eat my goddamn melon. I've also got some nice cotton candy grapes.
Does Texas House Bill 366 ban political memes as political provocateurs Sarah Fields and Chaya Ratchik of Libs of TikTok fame claimed? Look, the fact that I'm doing a video about this kind of tells you whether it was true or not, right? And I'm going to get to the facts on this in a moment, but first, I want to make Sarah Fields and Chaya Ratchik an offer.
You're eating dill pickle corn puffs? I don't know if I've ever had corn puffs. I've had corn nuts. I've had corn chips. Don't know if I've ever had corn puffs.
I will pay for a Ground News subscription for you so you can fact check yourselves before you post misinformation on Twitter. Send me an email, it's on my website, and I will pay for it. When this first happened, I went right to Ground News and I looked up this event. Ground News shows you the sources for these news stories, and some of these sources were of mixed factuality. I'm really speaking from the heart here. I'm not even using my...
Thought you don't eat corn? Well, on rare occasions, it has happened. So, here and there, you know? The fuck is that Expedition 33 game? Seen that stupid bullshit here and there. Yeah, dude, Doom the Dark Ages was such a fucking letdown. It's just flat out not worth fucking playing. What are the Steam reviews like? I requested a refund, has nothing to do with the gameplay, but rather the de novo crap for some reason. Ah, weird. I don't know it had de novo. Yeah, some people are really not digging it. You'll see just in the opening cutscene how off in tone the game is from two previous counterparts. Drawn out cutscene with super generic British villain demons who converse in English with each other to say the most generic villain dialogue. Poorly cared for level design, just as the various demons cosmetically poorly cared for compared to Doom Eternal. It's like people complaining about crashing. Yeah, I've heard a lot of people say it feels like a first-person FromSoft game. It got, like, really fucking tedious pretty quickly, especially with the armored demons and the boss fights. Just over and over again, spamming fucking parry. It's just tiring as fuck. It felt like they had no fucking money to make the game. I heard Doom Eternal didn't actually make that much money because of how expensive it was to make. So it felt like the budget was cut in half. They didn't put anywhere near as much time and effort into literally anything, and it shows. The gameplay is completely fucking unbalanced. There's only like 2 weapons in the game that are really worth fucking using, and it's just super repetitive. What do you think of Doom 3? OG Doom 3 without any mods was practically unplayable. Without the duct tape mod, that game was fucking stupid. You literally couldn't see anything. It was so dumb. The way the game was designed in its original state was so fucking stupid.
I click.
But it wasn't that great even for the time. Like the enemies all like hit scanned you. It's kind of weird.
The link in the description below, ad voice. Ground News is a news aggregator. I personally pay for it. I literally use it every day to sort through the true and the false online. It's one of the first things I do when I wake up. If you have a relative who has fallen under the spell of one political party or another, buy them a subscription. Here's because if you can help, you can get scanned. It's like day bar into it. Criminalizes political memes.
SCOTUS was debating birthright citizenship yesterday. Brutal, everyone was shitting on Trump's lawyer. Except Thomas. Him and the lawyer were trying to say that a ruling affirming the status quo could only apply to the complainants and not nationwide. Cancer.
It's literally in the Constitution. It's just bizarre seeing Trump find the most insane, retarded lawyers to test out these crackpot legal theories. Him and the lawyer were trying to say that a ruling affirming the status quo could only apply to the complainants and not nationwide. What in the fuck sense does that make? Well, thanks for the donation, retard. That just sounds fucking stupid.
That's what a viewer asked me after seeing a viral post on Facebook.
No, the new Doom doesn't have multiplayer. So, like, again, it just shows that they had no money to make the game. They just tried to make it as cheaply as possible. There's no multiplayer in the new Doom.
The post claimed that the Texas House passed HB 366, which supposedly bans political memes. Now, before we go any further, I don't care where you fall on the political spectrum. If you use Russian-style misinformation tactics to manipulate people, I will call you out on it. Period. Now, this particular example of misinformation appears to have come from the right. People like internet provocateur Sarah Fields and Twitter misinformation super spreader libs of TikTok. So let's dig into this Texas bill. A lot of posts online are saying it will criminalize political memes, and most of the posts use that exact same wording. Many of these posts come with a siren emoji or a claim that the bill will criminalize satire. If you ever see a siren emoji, that's a pretty good indicator that what you're about to read probably isn't true or is done for engagement farming. In fact, Libs of TikTok is essentially an engagement farming Twitter profile. It is designed to construct outrage, not to actually inform you. And this drives shares to make the account even more popular. What's interesting here is that most of the accounts that are sharing this particular piece of information are not bots. I ran the topic through Cyabra, a social media threat detection tool, and only about 2% or so of the accounts appeared inauthentic. So unlike disinformation campaigns that surround Ukraine, which are often fueled by Russia, This particular disinformation campaign seems to be homegrown. And in a way,
What's the biggest factor for your huge physique changes in the last 5 years? Just getting better at training, and getting better at programming, and also having my own home gym.
it's worse.
I've just been able to train better, more consistently and shit.
Because it means that real people either didn't read the bill or they did read the bill and they're just lying for engagement. Both of these things are bad. And, you know, the one thing that these viral posts all have in common, none of them actually quote or reference the bill. So I did this radical thing and I actually read the bill. You can read the text as well. It's linked on my Substack at ryanbeth.substack.com, completely free. Here's the key text. A person may not, with the intent to influence an election, knowingly cause to be published, distributed, or broadcast political advertising that includes an image, audio recording, or video recording of an office holder or candidate's appearance, speech, or conduct that did not occur in reality, including an image, audio recording, or video recording that has been altered using generative artificial intelligence technology, unless the political advertising includes a disclosure from the person or another person on behalf that political advertising is being published. That's it. It doesn't ban memes, it doesn't outlaw parody, it doesn't stop you from criticizing politicians. All it says is that if you fake reality, specifically with AI, to influence an election, you have...
What program do you use for your drawing? I use, God damn it. I forgot now.
The Young Turks are questioning if that Kanye West song should be banned.
Procreate. Yeah, I use Procreate for drawing. Cheapest drawing tablet is going to be an Apple iPad with an Apple Pencil. You can find used tablets that are powerful enough for drawing that are really good. Even some of the new lower-end iPads, like the newer ones, they're relatively inexpensive. And if you just get the Apple Pencil, you've got a really good drawing tablet. Budget around $100. Like, I don't know what the... Dude, if you have a budget of $100, go buy a box of fucking crayons. What the fuck do you think you're gonna get for $100? Fucking stupid question. Let me see, Dodo.
Speaking of the Jews, have you seen...
Like, dude, it's so weird. Like, I always get questions like this. It's like, hey, what's the best mountain bike I can get for $80? Do you know a car I can buy for like $200 that's like really good and reliable? Like, what in the fuck are you expecting? Yeah, like, you might be able to find a Wacom tablet, like a really shitty one, used online somewhere for $100, but you're not gonna want to use it. If you want an actual fucking drawing tablet, you're looking at least like $300. So either a middle of the road drawing tablet that you're gonna have to connect to the computer because it doesn't have a screen, or like find something used, either a used iPad or a used Wacom tablet or something.
Kanye's new song?
Bro.
What is...
What?
Here's the thing.
What?
First of all,
Yeah.
kind of catchy.
Well, that's the problem with it.
Well, Kanye West's anti-Semitic song Heil Hitler has been banned from major music streaming platforms. It does remain available on Elon Musk's X. That prompted Joe Rogan and comedian Tom Segura, who we showed you at the top, to debate whether banning the song is the right move. Here's more.
Song is so.
Yeah, I know there's drawing pads that don't have screens. In all likelihood, you're not going to want to use them. They do have some benefits, but they're kind of a pain in the ass to use. I used to use one. And they're not $100.
What do you think about Yakub creating white people?
I think I've seen this. Alright, I'll watch that in a second. Thanks for the donation, engineers. Pretty sure this never happened. You can't find a drawing pad for like $100 that's any good. You might be able to find some like cheap piece of shit that's tiny that you can't draw anything with.
iPads are great for drawing BTW. I got the new Mini with the Pro Pencil. Shit slaps.
Yeah, they're good. I've been thinking of getting one of the new Apple tablets so I can use the Apple Pencil 3. Because they finally introduced like twist sensors in it, so that allows you to do a lot more with your drawings. So I was thinking of getting a new fancy iPad. Thanks for the donation though, retard.
Remember, young ones, the pull of the dark side is ever present. Always remain focused on your purpose in life.
Okay, we'll watch that in a minute.
So many millions of hits.
Yeah.
To talk about it's true. Which is what he's on.
And anti-Semitic accounts gleefully sharing the song on theirs as well. Segura also raised the consequences of the song encouraging anti-Semitic behavior from Kanye. Now, Jank, up until the show, I had been thinking about this all day, and I still don't know where I fall on this, but I'm curious. Do you think this song should be banned on streaming platforms?
We just had a knockout brawl debate a minute ago on the show, right? I mean, catch the show live, 6 to 8 p.m. Eastern. Or we come to this topic, and both of us are like, I don't know. Okay, and we.
So they're not sure whether or not it's okay to have a song promoting anti-Semitism, but anytime anybody says anything pro-Zionist, they freak out and scream genocide. Right. Well, thanks for the donation, Dodo.
And always remember your training. If ever you should feel lost, hold your head aloft and look to the teachings of the faiths. Never allow idleness to besiege and consume your thoughts, for an idle mind is naught but a playground for dark forces of depravity and destruction.
Master Yakub, I heard once that you used to have a cherished acolyte that fell to the dark side. Is that true? If you don't mind me asking, whatever happened to him?
That is a tale for another time, young one. But yes, I did lose an acolyte of mine to darkness. He was young and filled with youthful vigor, always eager to learn and grow, but blinded by his youthful exuberance. I was unable to see the depravity buried deep within his very soul.
This cannot and should not be allowed to continue. I know he means a lot to you, Yakub, but deep within your very being, you know what needs to be done. With every nut that vile cretin busts, the more the dark influences that shroud him grow. Soon it will reach a point where the entire academy is put at risk. The council has already reached a unanimous decision. I'm sorry, Yakub, but you know what must be done. We shall leave the rest to you. After all, he was your acolyte, so it's your responsibility.
That's right, baby. Vixen is here to show you a good time, so just sit back and relax.
That's enough. Smegma, you fucking degenerate. I've already given you ample warning, but it's clear that my words will never reach you. I will do what I should have ages ago. I'll kill you and free you from this madness. May the gods have mercy upon your...
There's an Apple Pencil 3? I think you just mean the Pro Pencil, unless it's not out yet. The new Mini is the cheapest that has all the necessary compatibilities for the Pro Pencil, but also the screen is pretty small. Not a huge deal for me, but...
Yeah, they, I meant the Pro Pencil. It's technically the Apple Pencil 3. I don't know why they call it the Pro Pencil. It's literally the third one they made, and it has new functionality, so it's the fucking Apple Pencil 3. They just came out with a stupid fucking name for it for no reason. They were also very unfucking clear with compatibility with the new pencil. It was super fucking confusing. They had like this list of iPads that are compatible with it, and then some weren't because the software was uncompatible. Some were compatible, but you couldn't charge the pencil, so you had to charge the pencil separately. It was really weird. So, yeah, I was thinking of getting, like at least... I can't remember what mine was. Like at least like around 11 inches for the screen. Like that's fine for me. I don't need a massive drawing area. But thanks for the donation, retard.
Soul.
What's up, Richard? I am complete noob retard when it comes to training and I want to start taking it serious. Please just give me useful recommendations like workout programs or just places where I can learn about the principles of training. Thanks, nigga.
Well, if you're a complete beginner, I'd recommend just running starting strength. There's not really any point to trying to design your own program. Just run starting strength. You don't have to do power cleans. You can just remove those. I honestly don't even know why the fuck they're in the program, but yeah, just try running starting strength. You don't have to do the power cleans if you don't want to. And run that until you don't progress anymore, and then just go from there. I would read the book Scientific Principles of Strength Training. That's a very good book. I used to recommend Dr. Mike Isreatel from Renaissance Periodization, but he's recently become retarded and lost his mind. So he's not a particularly good source of information. But Jeff Nippard's good. Jeffrey Verity Schofield's good. Alpha Destiny's good. Barbell Medicine's good. I'd check that out. Thanks for the donation, though, Poopy Doopy. Are aircraft carriers overrated? The Houthis are threatening U.S. carrier and fighter jets. They almost shot down an F-35. Did you ever, consider that might be one of the dumbest questions anybody has ever fucking asked me? Who the fuck asks this? Are aircraft carriers overrated? What are you, fucking stupid? Out of all the people who just, ask me questions in chat and, whatever, or just here, you consistently, on a daily basis, ask me the most stupid, nonsensical, irritating fucking questions. And that's even comparing you to, jackasses who, troll donate. They'll ask me a stupid question just as a troll. You even ask dumber, more annoying questions than them. Sokiashi donated $3.
That's why you should use Accutane over topical tretinoin for your anti-aging protocol. Now, Accutane actually goes systemic, which means it's going to treat the deeper layers of your epidermis and give its effect on collagen a much more prolific effect. Accutane also has much more efficient rates of cellular turnover than that of topical tretinoin, which is why it's an absolute staple in my anti-aging routine. It's also extremely effective.
Do not take Accutane for anti-aging. That's just fucking stupid.
In reducing rosacea and facial redness. If you guys want my full anti-aging protocol,
most people don't have fucking rosacea.
It's linked in my bio, so go check.
That's just retarded. Isn't that guy on steroids and he literally looks like a natural lifter who might have been training for 6 months?
I'm gonna
that guy kind of just likes to take drugs, honestly.
Explain a very common mistake that a lot of people make when choosing their sunscreen. Now, a lot of people opt for a 30 to 50 SPF broad spectrum coverage, but unfortunately...
It's kind of hilarious. This guy is recommending Accutane for looks maxing. Does he not realize Accutane can cause permanent baldness? Permanent hair loss is, in fact, a side effect of Accutane. So is suicidal depression. The suicidal depression's more rare, but for a guy who recommends looks maxing and shit, I think he may be unknowingly recommending a drug that can make you lose all your hair.
This only protects you against certain types of UV rays, not all of them. But if you were to opt for something with SPF and PA+++, you're going to get protection from multiple types of UV rays. You're not going to age your skin as much. My sunscreen of choice is going to be the Sun Essence UV. This is probably one...
Basically, just buy any Korean sunscreen. Korean sunscreens are far better than American sunscreens.
One of the most important things to include in your anti-aging protocol, as this is going to protect your skin from UVA as well as UVB rays, while this will not.
That's a fine recommendation.
Have you ever wondered why women keep their youthful and hydrated skin so much longer than us males? That's simply because of their main hormone being estradiol. Estrogen is great at promoting collagen synthesis.
Women kind of age like shit. Like, I don't know what the fuck he's talking about, but... What in the fuck is... Yeah, like, really... What is he talking about? Women fall off really fucking quickly. Like after 30. By the time they're like 35, most women like start to actually look old. Whereas like, I don't know, maybe it's a cultural thing, but I feel like dudes just still age better. Going into their like 40s and 50s. Like a dude who takes care of himself, eats well, exercises, generally speaking, ends up kind of looking younger and just healthier than a woman around the same age. I don't know, but kind of weird that he's saying that.
Synthesis, as well as maintaining skin thickness later into people's life. Thankfully, you could use topical estriol oil cream to reap all the same benefits as having estrogen as
If that actually has estrogen in it, I would highly recommend not doing that.
your main sex hormone. This will not cause significant change in your blood serum estradiol levels, but you'll reap all the same benefits that a woman would. I mix this into my nightly moisturizer every single day, and I've seen drastic improvements in my skin texture and overall skin evenness. Now, if you want a more in-depth explanation, I provide it in my school page, which is linked in my bio, along with countless other methods.
These looks maxing people are like fucking retarded. So he shows a fucking photo of himself when he's a fucking teenager going through puberty, where no shit, you're gonna have fucking acne. He's also clearly fatter, probably eating like shit, like living off of potato chips and Mountain Dew. And then when he gets older, more mature, like goes through puberty so he doesn't have those hormonal issues, and then starts actually giving a fuck about what he eats and how he looks. Oh, look, this fucking stupid dumb bitch cream that I put on my face. Look at the difference. Like, yeah, the fucking cream did it. That sounds like a really fucking bad idea. I would not take some hormonal cream and put it on my face.
The people watching this require plastic surgery. Now, you see a lot of people asking, hey, how could I fix my jawline when they have severely recessed side profiles? If you want to have results like these, viewing and all the other garbage that you see on TikTok is out of the question. You require maxillofacial surgery. I know that's a hard truth to carry. Clav is here to help you. It is almost impossible.
Does he have some, like, weird injury on his left arm? Or is that just, like, a shadow and weird skin crease?
To change your bones through soft maxing. So sometimes
looks like he has, like, a big cut or something here.
osteotomies are the only real option for ascension. If you need help with any surgical planning, I'm your guy Clav.
Yes, ask the strange weirdo online for plastic surgery advice.
So why is it that only certain people get nervous when going on job interviews, talking to girls, and things of this nature? This is because of something called inhibition. Now, people with low inhibition tend to be more impulsive and engage in risk-taking behaviors. But this isn't necessarily a bad thing because it comes with creative thinking and a lot of other benefits. Inhibition usually stems from brain transmitter activity, and people with lower inhibition obviously have less. And one of the key neurotransmitters in this process is going to be glutamate, which is a neurotransmitter that's been linked to anxiety and stress. Check out part 2 on how to actually lower your inhibition.
Whatever. Okay, thanks for the donation, Sokiyashi.
Sing this as Jordan Peterson.
Okay, I'll do that for you in a minute. Thanks for the donation, Mr. Krabs.
The 11-inch iPad is the iPad Air and you need the M2 or M3 chip model for Apple Pencil Pro compatibility. The Mini I have has an 8.3-inch screen.
Yeah, that is way too small. I think the iPad I have right now is 10.5 inches. But 8.3 is way too fucking small. How much is the iPad Air 2? Or no, wait. iPad Air M2? Oh, that's not too bad. Yeah, 11-inch. That's not too bad at all. What about the M3? That's still not too bad. Huh. I do want to make some new t-shirt designs. I might get one of these soon. Are these on sale like right now? Yeah, I might go out and get one of these. Alright, thanks for the donation, retard. Sokiashi donated $3.
I'm always going to vote for the more attractive person in any political election. It just seems
Oh my god, he votes based on who he thinks is most attractive?
too unrealistic to me to put my faith in someone who doesn't even mog their political opponent. Like, how are you supposed to run a country if you can't even mog the opposition? I don't care about your policies. I
This has to be a troll.
don't care about your rhetoric. All I care about is, do you mog the other candidate?
That's gotta be a troll.
So I figure I might as well do a complaining segment and kind of inform you guys on what's got me so uptight. I mean, for fuck's sake, I was so mad, and I tried to make this video already. This is take number 2. I was so mad when I was making this. I had my tie like put on the proper way and not this first button down. I turned red after about 2 minutes of fucking thinking about online dating. Okay? This shit is...
Pro tip, if you're gonna bang the table, maybe don't put your mic on the table and wear a lavalier or something, you fucking retard. This guy, like, genuinely sucks at just making videos, period. I mean, I don't expect, like, a professional studio production from everybody, but could you not, like, rape everybody's fucking ears when they're listening to your horse shit?
Is an utter absurdity that it allows to go on. Because this has got to be the main dopamine crisis of the century. I'm supposed to say, and there's just no normal conversation.
Okay, great. Thanks for the donation, Sokiashi. Majin Buu donated $2, React Slave.
Hey, what's going on, guys? Today's video is...
Why do you keep sending me this guy's fucking horse shit? Oh my god. Okay, fine. We'll react later. Jesus. Ugh. Yeah, maybe once Frank Tufano kills himself, he'll be our replacement Frank Tufano. He is pretty cringe. I don't know if I'd say at this point he's, you know, as cringe as Frank, though. Oh, Jesus. I didn't realize. Fuck you, asshole. You son of a bitch. You... Fuck you, goddammit. I don't know if it's safe to even play this. It's literally being banned on every platform. This was uploaded 23 hours ago, 6 days ago, 3 days ago. These are all re-uploads. I don't know. The issue is I'm just a little worried. Okay, well, Michael Knowles played it. I think we're fine. Man, these people took my kids from me, then they post my bank account. I got so much anger in me, got no way to take it out. Think I'm stuck in the Matrix. Where the fuck's my nitrous? Yeah, I'm a cuck. I like when people fuck on my bitch. Think I'm stuck in the Matrix. Where the fuck's my nitrous? Yes, I am a cuck. I like when people fuck on my bitch. That shit that I'm posting on Twitter, they telling me, hey, don't say that, how niggas can't see me in public. I'm driving off a road in my Maybach with all the money and fame. I still can't get my kids back with all the money and fame. I still don't get to see my children. Niggas see my Twitter, but they don't see how I be feeling, so I became a Nazi. Yeah, bitch, I'm the villain. Nigga Heil Hitler. Nigga Heil Hitler. They don't understand the things I say on Twitter. Nigga Heil Hitler. Now, I think Kanye West may have seen one of my speeches where I talk about the ideological possession that the German people were under during the Nazi occupation. And, you know, you gotta give the devil his due, and you have to admire Hitler. They don't understand the things I say on Twitter. All my niggas Nazis, nigga Heil Hitler, nigga Heil Hitler, nigga Heil Hitler. All my niggas Nazis, nigga Heil Hitler. She went to fucking Japan, I put the chrome on the Benz. Nigga Heil Hitler. She reaching down in my pants, she got the word in their hands. Nigga Heil Hitler. Nigga Heil Hitler. All my niggas Nazis, nigga Heil Hitler, nigga Heil Hitler. Nigga Heil Hitler. All my niggas Nazis, nigga Heil Hitler. 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 Alright. Hope you enjoyed that, you fucking asshole. Oh.
It's going to be about clubbing, mistakes I've made, things that I've learned, and my experience.
Don't ever go clubbing. You only meet retarded, degenerate idiots.
I've worked in the nightlife industry for a significant amount of time, so I feel like I have some critical information to share with you guys. So this guide is going to be mainly oriented towards slaying and how to go about that to be most efficient. So setting the scene, let's talk about how to strategize and plan your night out before it happens. So the first thing that you want to do is find 2 or a maximum of 3 of your good friends who have the same goal as you, right? So you don't want to be going out with that one friend who's got a girlfriend who's just going to completely ruin your night. Find black-pilled slayers that have similar attributes to you in terms of their looks level and how tall they are. You want it to be as similar as you can be. Having a quite formidable group is going to be a huge halo, and you might be thinking to yourself, well, I don't want to go out with someone who mogs me. but it could actually halo you and give you somewhat of a boost. So the first thing that you're going to want to do when entering the club is deal with your inhibition, right? Let's fix our brain chemistry before we make any approaches, before we get our night started. So in this economy, most of you guys are probably going to be approaching the bar or the club already slightly intoxicated, which is a good way to save money. But make sure you're at that fine line between being, sober enough where you could articulate your words, go about your approaches, but not too drunk where you're stumbling over yourself looking like a complete buffoon, because that actually is a fail. I've made the mistake of getting overly intoxicated in the club, and it is a huge flaw, right? So if you can't handle your liquor, that's somewhat of a feminine trait, right? So no one's going to respect you. If you're all over the place, falling all over yourself, throwing up, your night is fucked. So make sure you know how to handle yourself before you start dealing with your inhibition. The next thing that you're going to want to do is dance maxing, right? So on the D floor, there is the lowest inhibition women, because obviously someone who's dancing in the middle of a club is going to be low inhib. This means that they are probably very sexually promiscuous, right? In comparison to a girl who's sitting in the corner, kind of keeping to herself. Those are the very high inhib ones who are less likely to be slayable, right? So higher quality in most cases, but if we're looking for easy slays just like that, the D floor is the most primal, most promiscuous women that you're going to find within the club. So the next thing that you have to think about is, standards, right? So find what looks level you are and find what is in your range, right? So if you're 2 PSL and you're going to the club spamming Y and approaching every single girl, you're going to get kicked out by the bouncer. So just be realistic with what is attainable, right? So, maybe you're a normie, maybe you're a 4 PSL, your average looks level. Let's stick to the average looking girls. Let's not try to jester max. Let's not try to go above our looks league and try to go after Stacy's, right? Because that's how we get kicked out. That's how we get the police called on us. You know what I mean? So figure out where you are as a man. Be realistic with yourself. This is going to help you a lot with attainability, right? So that's a very important quality in the club. So the next thing that you do when you're dance maxing with your group, you set your sights on a target, right? So who do you want to make your first approach on? So identify that woman and slowly work your way over towards her, and you could begin dancing with her, right? So it's going to be very difficult to verbally get things across. So a lot of it is understanding body language, and that might be a little bit difficult for you at first, but you'll eventually start to pick it up the more you go clubbing, because you're not going to have conversations in the middle of the dance floor. You really can't hear fuck all. So you have to just tell by visual indications of interest whether a girl is receptive to your approach. So once you began dancing with this woman that you've identified, right, so the next step is all about escalation, right? So how do we escalate this from a somewhat platonic dance interaction to something a little bit more sexual, right? And you have to know where the line is and where you could get to, right? So like I previously mentioned, all the escalation is going to be nonverbal, right? It's about reading body language. Can you escalate while you're dancing? Can you move your hands from a...
This was the first debate I saw of yours, and after watching a couple more I went vegan.
Oh, ranting monkey. That guy's a literal retard.
Okay, ranting. Okay, follow me along here. Just answer yes or no, okay? Do you need to eat meat to live?
No.
Do you need meat to be healthy?
No.
Okay. So, do you need to kill and eat animals?
Do I need to kill and eat animals? No.
Okay. So then it is needless.
It's not needless.
Yeah, that's a genuine retard right there. Thanks for the donation, Musashi Blade. That guy was one of the dumbest motherfuckers I have ever come across, dude. I think that's 16 to 35 millimeter f4 Sony E-mount. It's the same one I have now. Pretty sure it's the same lens. I might have had a 24 to 70 before, but I'm pretty sure that's the 16 to 35. Yeah, it's the 16 to 35.
A shoulder to shoulder high school prom, fucking idiotic position to something a little bit more, PG-13, hands on the back of her waist. Is that something that she allows you to do? If it is, then that's where you start.
Retard donated $3.
Now to this developing story that may be related to the Trump immigration policy. Popular left-wing Twitch streamer Trump.
In general, engagement at the University of...
Yeah, he lied about literally everything.
Hassan Piker, what's up?
What's going on?
I'm not watching these.
It's common knowledge that the podcast world...
Yeah, I've already seen some of these. He basically just repeats the same lie. None of the mainstream media did any fucking investigating into whether or not any of his story was fucking true. If you track down the timeline of events, he got pulled aside 30 minutes after he left the plane to get questioned by like some airport security or immigration officer guy. He waited for 30 minutes in like some waiting room for one of the question people to be free to answer some questions, and it seems like he was only questioned for about like 5 minutes. So just basic questions like, why are you traveling? Where are you coming from? Where do you live? You know, that sort of thing. And then he made up this whole bullshit lie that he was questioned for 2 hours, being asked really bizarre questions. So he lied about everything. He just got pulled aside like anybody who's done enough traveling will, have to deal with, where they just ask you simple questions. I think the last time I traveled to Florida and I came back into Canada, they basically did the same thing to me. They were just asking me, where do you live? Are you a Canadian citizen? Why were you traveling? And then I was free to go. So that's basically what they did to him, and he's just lying about everything. Thanks for the donation, though, retard.
Right, so know where you are, know where you could get to. So now once we're here, we're in a little bit more of a seductive dancing style. We could escalate even further, if she's receptive, obviously. So what is that going to look like exactly? So the next step in the escalation is going to be a make-out with the girl that you're dancing, right? You have to kiss her to escalate. So how exactly do you know whether you could kiss a girl if there's music blaring, you can't hear shit, you can't verbally articulate things to the person that you're talking to, or the person that you're with, rather. So how the fuck do you know what to do? So the best way for you to go about this is going to be with eye contact, right? So while you're in this seductive dancing position with the girl, and you're looking at her, is she looking away? Is she moving back? Or is she still maintaining eye contact that's very strong, right? That's usually a good indication that you are able to escalate and you are able to kiss the girl, right? So it's all about these nonverbal cues. So once we're there, we've reached the next step, so we're at a really good spot. Now let's talk about how to keep. You don't want to phalo yourself by making out with a ton of girls in the middle of the club in front of everyone, because then when it's time to approach the next girl, oh, I just saw you with my friend.
Well, I never fapped.
Records going as far back as the 13th century detail creatures, including insects, being brought to justice in what was known as animal trials. These bizarre proceedings include tales of a rooster that stood trial in Basel, Switzerland in 1474, charged with the unnatural crime of laying an egg. Villagers, believing it may contain a cockatrice spawned by Satan. In Hartlepool, England, it's stated that during the Napoleonic Wars, a French ship was wrecked off the coast and a monkey dressed in a French uniform washed up on the shore. Having never seen a monkey or a Frenchman before, the locals held a trial, believing him to be a spy. Sadly, he was found guilty and hanged.
Well, people are pretty fucking stupid. Thanks for the donation, I never fab. What do you think of Doom the Dark Ages? It's not worth playing, and I just skip it. It's a downgrade in every conceivable way compared to the last two games.
The Hassan cope is that the timeline don't matter, that if he was asked about his views on Trump that's bad enough and it's a burden on his First Amendment rights. They accept that Hassan's timeline is a lie but don't question the rest of his story lol.
Right, so he lied about a huge aspect of the story, so he couldn't possibly be lying about anything else. Just, they can ask him whatever fucking questions they want. They can ask him what color his asshole is, whether or not he shaves his pubes, what the color of the tip of his penis is. They can ask him any fucking question. So, if he doesn't want to answer any of those questions, he can just either fuck off and leave, or not answer, or whatever, but they can ask him whatever the fuck he wants. I don't know who that random dipshit lawyer was who said they can't ask you this question, they can ask you anything. So, yeah. The guy, like, was happy 9/11 happened. Why the hell does anybody in the United States of America take that guy seriously? Like, I could see him having a lot of popularity in Saudi Arabia or Afghanistan or Pakistan, but why in the fuck is the mainstream media in the United States, like, coming to the defense of a guy who literally praised a terror attack against the United States that killed, like, what, 5,000 fucking people? It's just retarded. Thanks for the donation, retard. Well-made, $22. This bearded leftist Marxist made a video about Hassan being detained, lol, and said the government is coming after anybody that criticizes the current administration.
He knew exactly who the fuck I was, but
don't care, dude. This guy's anti-Semite retard. I don't know if he's Jewish. If he is, he's a massive pick-me Jew, but I don't care. Stop linking me fucking shit about this. We all know he's lying in every fucking interview he does. Everybody just asks him the most softball fucking questions, never fucking challenges him whatsoever, and just lets him rant about nonsense. Thanks for the donation, Willmage.
I love taking advices from a Chad who never had a problems in his damn life. Glad you make early streams for your European audience.
This guy has problems, I can assure you. They're just a little more unusual. But I wouldn't take any of this guy's advice, really. Not like general life advice, anyway. Thanks for the donation, Elias. The gameplay in Doom the Dark Ages is not better than the last two games. It's fundamentally broken. Most of the weapons in the game are redundant or literally useless. There's basically only two weapons in the game that you really ever need to use. They deliberately incentivize you to not swap weapons, and I don't know if that was a deliberate choice or not, or if it was just, again, poor game design. But they clearly designed the game with console players in mind. They made it way fucking easier. And they got rid of quick weapon swapping because console players couldn't really play Doom Eternal all that well. You really needed to play it on PC, so they just made some stupid gameplay mechanic where you could basically just... you only really need to press like 2 buttons, and you could just stick to one single weapon. You could even see in the promotional material, they really emphasized, you only need to press 1 button. Why would a PC player care? So clearly they designed the game for casuals. So just dumb baby console players. They made it insanely, ridiculously easy. They made the combat ridiculously simplified. And it's just fucking tedious and slow and boring. Just over and over and over again, you spam the fucking parry attack. It's like, who fucking cares? It was kind of interesting at first, and I was wondering where it would go as the game kind of picked up, but it just went nowhere. It just got really fucking boring and tiring really fucking quickly.
He even literally said even if Hassan said he supported Hamas, it's protected by free speech under the Constitution. Piers, he's not Jewish, he's just gay, and I think he's Asian.
Just because it's protected by free speech, that doesn't make it a good thing to say. Like, if Hassan was saying the Holocaust never happened, like, would he be saying that same thing? Oh, well, that is constitutionally protected free speech. He has a right to deny the Holocaust. These people are all just insane whack jobs, dude. Left-wing media is just filled with retarded, insane crackpots. And then they wonder why they lose an election to somebody like Trump. Like, buddy, you ever considered, like, how fucking gay and retarded you sound? Like, they sound so gay and retarded. They end up losing to somebody like fucking Trump. Like, the arch retard. They genuinely don't take their, I don't think they actually have any real political goals. They're just crazy, insane, Marxist ideologues who are all part of some brainwashing cult.
Did Jennifer Pan do anything wrong?
Have you ever?
She suffered from her controlling and demanding Tiger Asian parents who shamed her for being bad in school, so she hired some guys to kill them. Her dad survived.
Well, I know of the story. This girl's a dumb bitch. So, yeah, her parents may be annoying, but she could have moved out whenever the fuck she wanted. And it's called getting a job, which some people don't seem to want to do. So rather than getting a job, she thought it would be a good idea to kill her parents and, like, get their inheritance or some shit. It's fucking retarded. Thanks for the donation, Elias.
So you're fucked. For this video's sake, this is their girl that we want to take home, right? So we're making out with her. Boom. All good. So we are exactly where we want to be. Now what the hell is the next step? So you're not going to be able to leave the club with this girl immediately, right? So you've probably been dancing for about 2 or 3 minutes. She doesn't know you. She has no idea whether to trust you or not. So let's build that trust, because it takes a lot to just go home with someone, especially if they're a stranger, leave your friends behind. So you're going to have to maintain that interaction, keep that sexual tension there, build it up over time throughout the night. So when it is time to go home, there's trust established, right? Is legit, right? You could act.
Oh my god. Fucking boring. No wonder nobody watches this guy's fucking channel. When you go to a club, make sure you don't drink too much, because if you're too drunk, you're gonna, like, vomit on somebody. And then you want to, like, go dance with girls. And then you gotta see if the girl likes you. And then if the girl likes you, like, try to touch her a little bit. And then after, then, like, take the girl home or something, then kiss her. And then see if you can have sex. Like, this is just weird. Who exactly are these videos made for? 12-year-olds? Are 12-year-olds going to clubs? Like, what the fuck is this? Like, these videos aren't meant for anybody. I think by the time, like, you're old enough to actually go to a club, you kind of understand how to act like a fucking human being? Really, really fucking weird. Just fucking weird. Well, at least he hates the carnivore diet, so that's good enough.
Captain Ambato, here at your request. Lord Commander Smegma.
Captain Ambatukum. Right on time. Good to know you weren't dragging your feet.
That's the Lord Commander's combustor arm. It's my first time seeing it unwrapped. The aura emanating.
Sam Sader was dumpstered by Ezra Klein the other day, who wrote like a dem policy manifesto. Basically lefties don't like that Ezra doesn't say that billionaires are the source of all problems in building homes, green energy, etc. when it's more complex.
I'm not familiar with Ezra Klein. Maybe I just don't recognize the name, but I know who the person is. Yeah, I'm not familiar.
Okay, folks.
Hour 27 minutes. Yeah, I mean, these people just seem like insane, crazy communists. Thanks for the donation, retard. Animal Liberation donated $2. What's up with the sugar diet craze? What do you think of it? I have no idea what the fuck that is. Nor do I really care to find out what it is. We all know what an ideal dietary pattern is. I'm sick of hearing about bullshit like the keto diet or the primal diet or the carnivore diet or the paleo diet or the raw diet or whatever the fuck diet. it's all just stupid fucking nonsense. Like, there's just foods that kind of fit into a healthy or unhealthy category. And there's, overall dietary patterns that are better for you. I don't give a fuck about any stupid, dumbass diet that somebody came up with. Thanks for the donation, though, Animal Liberation.
Love Paul.
I have no fucking idea what game speed I think Doom the Dark Ages should be played on, dude.
With a critique that was, I think, like middling critique. Some of the proposals that were brought up in the book. But let's just start with you outlining, like, what thematically, what is the book about?
The book is about a very simple question, which is, what do we need more of and how do we get it? And then the parts of the book that I think have aroused more controversy, critique, energy, conversation, is that much of the book is exploring the question of why in the places Democrats govern, or in the times when Democrats govern, are liberals, are Democrats, are in some cases people on the left, unable to produce more of the things we need. Why is there so little housing in California and New York? Sam, where are you? Just so I have.
Here's the only clip you need for Ezra and Sam's talk if you were curious. I bought Ezra's book and am gonna read this weekend. Everything I've seen from him is legit.
Let me take a look. Alright, thanks for the donation, retard.
I guess I would turn this question on you, because I feel like we want to be, as you were saying earlier, upstream. Do you think we can build enough affordable housing if the units cost $650,000 to $1 million to complete per unit? Just flat. Like, can we pay for that?
I would imagine not, depending on the locality.
So what should we do then? Like, what is your view of what is pushed? It doesn't cost that much to build market rate housing. So what is your view? If when you trigger government money, you often double the per square foot cost in some cases of the housing it builds, or when you trigger government money, they don't get things like high-speed rail done. Like, all I want to do here, man, I'm not here for like a big like left liberal moderate fight. I actually want the government to deliver things I think we both want it to deliver. I don't want it to give people asthma, but I need it to be able to build housing, because homelessness is a fucking problem, and it is the worst problem for the people experiencing it, not for me. So what is your theory of how you get this cost of construction down, the speed up? There's got to be something here.
Well, it's obviously localized, right? I mean, I have a sense of, like, in New York, how it could be cheaper.
Okay, let's do New York.
We do not allow developers to sit on land and wait for the market to catch up to them. We do not allow homes to sit unoccupied without it being a cost on those people. I mean, there is a lot of excess housing and space in the city that is being held in private hands,
okay,
so
great.
that they can maximize their profits.
Let's say we do all that, but we're talking here very specifically that New York City is going to have to build housing that is affordable. We know, like, there are studies on this. You can read them. You can go talk to developers. Like, the reporting on this is like very straightforward. We know that when you trigger the public rules, it ends up being extremely, extremely expensive. We know that, like in San Francisco, where they would try to build a public toilet for almost $2 million, they do that here too. Why does it cost so much, and why does it so often fail when government tries to achieve the things we both want it to do?
I think property has been so commodified that there is such a profit incentive, such a money incentive to slow that roll, that it creates a whole litany. There's an everything.
We're talking about
there's an everything bagel.
We're talking about projects that are past that point. Like, I think that, let me be really meta clear here on what I'm trying to do with you, because I think you keep wanting to pull it back to where we can. Let's totally premise corporations are terrible. They are bad. They're like they are your enemy.
Hold on.
They
have
their
their
cases,
agenda,
sure,
and we have ours.
Yes, there are cases where the government is building affordable housing on land they own or they have already bought, or they are funding somebody else to build it, that is already nonprofit housing. This is just like, it's not being done for profit. We are not in a commodified system. We know that housing costs more than the commodified housing costs to build. It is fine to say that it costs more. This is a totally reasonable interpretation. That is because wealthy landowners and wealthy corporations have colluded, maybe with other figures, on rules that have made it cost more. But which of these are you going to pull apart, right? This is the trade-offs that we are trying to force people to confront in abundance. You have to go into this thing and say, this is not working. I need to make it cheaper, faster, more achievable. Like, when you can't make the corporation your villain, what are you doing? Like, how do you approach?
Well, is that a question of making the? Well, first off, I think as a political matter, making the corporations a villain is going to be far more. You're going to have a far broader support than making, environmental groups or people seeking equity in housing the villain.
That's fine, but
okay. But then I would say
the actual problem here.
Well, and then I would say the problem again is that we have so greatly commodified housing. There is such a profit incentive to create these barriers. I know how they exist today. But the idea of unwinding it, you're just like, the whole book is about the idea that what was good intention 25 years ago, 40 years ago, has now brought us this problem. It seems to me that there's an attempt to restart that cycle.
I don't think that you can say, I really want to push you here. I don't think you can say that the reason it costs more money and is so much more difficult and is so much slower to build nonprofit affordable housing than to build market rate housing is because we've over commodified housing. I just don't, or that Texas is better at building housing because they somehow decommodified housing compared to California.
Well, they have more space. They simply have more
plenty of space. If you go to San Jose, man, there is plenty of space. It's strip malls and single-family homes. It is one of the richest tracts of land in the whole country, in the whole world. It could be skyscrapers. It could be Shenzhen. It is strip malls and single-family homes. We have plenty of space in California.
I mean, I can't speak to San Jose.
Like Silicon Valley is what I'm talking about. Like, you go ride around where these fucking venture capital firms, man, I promise you will not leave that drive saying there is nowhere to build a 6-story apartment building.
And do we have public transport there? Like, how are these
we would if we could build it. That was part of what high-speed rail is supposed to be doing, which is why I'm so rich.
And whose
tax
tax base is going to pay for that public transport and those buildings there? I mean, that's
it was
the
our
point.
tax base. I was one of the taxpayers.
I mean,
I am saying that I don't think it is plausible to say that the reason you can't build in like San Jose and you can in Texas is that we've decommodified in Texas. We just haven't.
Well, that's boob.
Like, I guess I would.
I think I'd really need to listen to that full conversation. I wasn't aware that government subsidized housing or government built housing was way more expensive. Why the fuck would it be more expensive? Like, what's going on there that's making it more expensive? Kind of weird. I need like a massage chair or something.
Being off of it is incredible. Even against my own Gunnar pressure, the force from the combustor is crushing.
Now is not the time to be overwhelmed by my semen aura, Captain. It's best you keep your faculties about you for what's to come. By the time this is over, all quadrants of this galaxy will tremble in fear at just the mere mention of my name. Now, is everything in order?
Yes. All relative preparations have been made, and we await only your further instructions.
Good. That is all. You're dismissed.
Of course, my lord. I shall take my leave.
You will pay for what you did to me, Yakub. Mark my words.
Oh, that guy made the weird cuck video. That's very weird. Odd channel.
Have to say so. Now, I am not a lawyer, but I do happen to know someone who is, Jordan Harbinger of the Jordan Harbinger Show podcast, who is an actual attorney. So I sent him the text of this bill and I asked for his take, and he said...
Hey everyone, Jordan Harbinger here. Today we're diving into a new bill that is making waves in the political advertising landscape. Let's break it down a little bit. This legislation tackles a crucial issue, or tries to tackle a crucial issue, altered media in political advertising. So picture this, you see a video of a candidate saying something controversial, only to find out later it was entirely fabricated using AI technology. That's where this bill steps in, or tries to step in. The law requires any political ad with altered media, whether it's video, audio, or even a still image, to clearly disclose that what you're seeing or hearing isn't real. It's not something that happened in real life. This transparency is aimed at ensuring voters are not misled by digitally manipulated content. Good luck with that. But here's the thing. This only applies to office holders, candidates, or political committees, parties, whatever. So your uncle or your cousin who loves to shitpost on Twitter, he's not affected by this. I'm going to go ahead and guess most memes you see on Facebook posted by your grandma are not created by...
Do you think that it will be possible in the future to manipulate the brain in a way so that Xanax and heroin consumption won't result in tolerance building and withdrawal symptoms? Then your theory of needing challenges in life would become invalid lol.
Well, there are people who don't develop tolerances to drugs. I don't know what the hell that has to do with, I don't know what any of that has to do with needing challenges in life. Like, biochemical pathways of drug addiction have nothing to do with that other crap. Thanks for the donation, dude.
By super PACs or political candidates anyway. Now, why does this matter? Why bother with this in the first place? Good question. It's about preserving the integrity of elections, or trying to do so anyway. By mandating disclosures on altered media, voters can supposedly make informed decisions without falling victim to misleading information. Ryan, I hope this helps. Back to you.
On it 6 times, more than any other guest. Now,
what a surprise. Republicans lying again.
Building public housing problem is 1. Homeowners who want their home values to remain high 2. Bureaucratic open-ended environmental regulation/study requirements 3. Unions who battle projects to negotiate unrelated labor policy 4. Zoning restrictions.
Well, I know zoning restrictions are a big one, and I know, stupid bureaucratic nonsense is also a huge issue, particularly in places like California. And yeah, there's actually there was a statement made by Canada's new housing minister that was really Not surprising to me. He was basically saying they're going to create more affordable homes, but not lower home costs. And he was asked how the fuck those two things are possible, making homes more affordable, but not lowering the cost of housing. And he didn't answer. He just gave like stupid, dumb non-answers like a typical politician. So, as I figured, these politicians want housing costs to go up. They know a huge portion of their voter base is relying on the cost of their home for their retirement, so they're not going to actually do anything to lower the cost of housing. They're just full of shit. And yeah, I know there's like dumb NIMBYism and everything too. But thanks for the donation, retard. Everything's fucking stupid.
Whatever it is. So that was like a 5-year pre-watch.
Yeah, it's not impossible.
But prepared when we come in here. So, it's in one of these. Is it in this one? It is this one. All right, guys, before we get into this, actually, no, let's just get into it.
Oh my God, we got graphs and charts and.
All right, I want to take you guys on a journey. It's called Hassan is full of shit and mainstream media does not fact check anything apparently anymore whatsoever.
Oh my God, wait, okay. Hold on.
What?
I'm going to be honest.
Don't, whatever it is.
This isn't going to be horrible, right? Because I actually didn't look at the thing you sent me. This is going to be well researched, right? You're not putting crazy shit here, right?
I'm not crazy.
Okay, just making sure. That was just hype it up for the audience.
You're so
No, I'm just making sure. But okay.
How dare you? Okay.
Okay.
All right. Step 1. Hassan has arrived direct France on May 11th from Paris, Charles de Gaulle Airport into
My
Chicago
king,
O'Hare.
please watch off screen 26 dead.
Let's see, what the fuck is this? Zipline video, unaware tourist films terror attack. Oh yeah, I've seen that. Yeah, pro tip, if you hear shit popping off, don't go on the zip line. But yeah, I've seen that clip. Somebody sent it to me before. Thanks for the donation, Street Vegan.
That day, there are 3 direct flights, and we know that it's a direct flight because Hassan said it was a direct flight.
Damn, you can go CDG to
Paris.
To O'Hare? Yeah, to
yeah.
O'Hare? Damn, okay. Okay. How long is that flight? That's probably like, I'm going to guess 10 hours, 11?
It's a minute. It's a minute.
Okay.
So, essentially, what we know also what airline he took, because he said he was on Sky Priority. And of the 3 airlines, only one of them has that. That's Delta. That's it. Delta. Mm-hmm. Now, we know what time the Delta flight arrived at the gate. 4:22 p.m. Eastern time is when the fucking plane got there, okay?
Wait, just to be clear.
Crystal clear.
Hold on. I need to make sure you don't lie on my name. So don't give me that bullshit when I'm fact-checking you in real time.
This is Eastern time.
4K.
All of this is Eastern time.
Okay, the landing time.
Nigga, do you really think anyone would still feel the need for challenges or care about strength if they could be high on heroin all the time? And who the fuck can take heroin without developing a tolerance and needing more?
There are people who do not develop a tolerance to drugs. It exists. Just like how there are people who very quickly develop tolerances, there are people who are on the opposite end of the spectrum who either very slowly or never develop a tolerance, and they basically get the same effect from the drug over and over again. And that might account for some of the differences in addiction rates between individuals. So there are people who can take heroin, don't get addicted, just take it socially or recreationally, and they don't have any desire or impulse to do it regularly. And then there are people who do it once, then they have to constantly keep doing it, and their entire day, every day, is spent just getting money to get more heroin. So, yes, there are people who quickly develop tolerances to drugs, and there are people on the opposite end of the spectrum who do not. And, again, I don't know what drug tolerance has to do with what makes life enjoyable or motivation to do anything else. Like, why would you ever exercise when you can just masturbate to porn? Why would you ever do anything when you could just eat ice cream? Like, what you're saying is just stupid. Thanks for the donation, Elias. Majin Buu donates $2. Let me see.
Did somebody say...
Oh my god.
OG clavicular video back...
Yeah, how about, no.
Back to the basics, back to the DIY shit. Unedited, coming at you raw. Today, we're going to be doing another crazy fucking video, right? So I don't think I've hyped this one up, but right here we got something called a corticosteroid, right? A lot of folks.
You know, once enough people find out about this guy's channel, he's getting banned, I can guarantee you.
Focus up here. So, alright, that's the...
Yeah, this guy is getting banned. Oh! Oh, we got a genius. He's fucking filming with his goddamn phone. And he didn't actually bother looking at the video. Like, he just shot it and uploaded it or something. He didn't bother looking at it to make sure there weren't any errors. And he didn't flip the fucking video horizontally. This guy is such a dumbass. Like, he literally can't make fucking videos.
Corticosteroid that we got. And today, we're going to be injecting it into our face, right? So, let's open this thing up. I got this shit from India. And the purpose of it is essentially to...
So he's admitting to getting this drug illegally, and then he's going to inject it into his face. On camera, on his YouTube channel, like a genius, because he wants to get banned.
This is going to melt collagen, essentially. So this is something that could melt your face off, in other words. Right? So your ex-girlfriend comes up to you. She says, hey, Clav, I don't think things are going to work out between, you know, the two of us. This relationship's not going well. Boom. Steroid face her. Her entire face will start to melt away. And you might say, Clav, well, why the fuck would you inject something like that into your face? Now, the reason is, you know, about a year ago today, actually, I had some procedure done that left me with a bit of a raised scar. So raised scar, you want to flatten, obviously. Make sure you're using your alcohol wipes. And I'll write the name of the exact steroid that we're using in the description. But we're going to flatten.
This guy is so fucking stupid. Yeah, this guy is going to get his channel banned. Oh my god.
Flatten out this little bump between my eyebrows. So that's going to hopefully ascend, but I'll probably wind up fucking it up and, you know,
permanently disfigure my face.
This guy has fucking problems. So rather than maybe just waiting a few months to see if the scar will heal on its own, flatten out, and go away, like a lot of these things do, he's injecting a corticosteroid that could permanently disfigure his face.
So right here we got a 30 gauge needle. Show it up here. This is probably going to go in a office edit, so I got to look prime. Now let's draw it. So, I forgot to inject air into the needle, into the vial, but still probably draw this shit out. It's pretty thin. Oh fuck, we probably do have to put air. Sorry guys, there's no cuts in this video, obviously. Clavicular doesn't edit. Clavicular will never edit. I know
Yeah, and that's why your channel sucks.
being a third-person jester, but commentary. HR, some things were said.
Oh my god, he doesn't even know how to fucking draw a needle.
Is this what they call felching?
Let me take a look.
My eyes went ooh, my voice just cool.
I don't know what that is. It looks kind of neat. But it's sort of weird watching a group of old dudes in a bar watching a girl play with bubbles. I don't know what the fuck is going on there. But okay. Thanks for the donation, SV.
You know, we just gotta have a quick meeting. I would pull this out of my desk. I would draw a needle up in case Susie from HR tried anything.
He literally doesn't know how to draw the fucking needle.
And then we would just basically acid face her and mug. Okay, so that's just there. So I'm gonna go. Let's just do it. I look, you did way more than I fucking meant to, so hopefully there's no issue there. I don't know, fuck, I'm kind of worried now because it's like a lump under my skin. Fuck me. All right, let's do up here now.
What an idiot.
Stressed. Right, so let's, but I think I got the right one. This is, that should be okay. If I have to touch it up and do more, I could always come back. So maybe I shouldn't overdo it at this point. It feels like it's a little flatter already. So maybe I wait a couple minutes before I really come. But it's a little bit more. Oh, now I gotta edit the video.
Oh, good job. You look worse.
Now I gotta edit the video. What do you think? The video? I don't know how to say it. But it's called Injection IP. This is a corticosteroid. That's all I fucking know, to be honest with you. Should we do some bit more? All right, so that's it.
Yeah, bro just looks maxed. Oh my god.
I'll post a thread somewhere.
Well, great. You made yourself look worse, and you injected something that you don't know what it is. And you violated YouTube's community guidelines by promoting harmful or dangerous acts. So, great job, dude.
Coming up, some big...
What a fucking retard.
That's not land. Arrival time is when the door opens to the...
in that time zone?
Yeah.
Okay, so when you say 4:22 here, it landed at 3:22 in Chicago?
No, it didn't land. Could people misinterpret that? Arrival time is when they open the door from the taxi to the plane.
Okay.
So it probably landed 15 minutes before.
Okay, just make sure you got your time zones right. Okay.
But this would be 3:22. Notice how it says EST.
Oh, yeah, I see that. Good. Okay.
Chicago.
PM local time. Gotcha.
Okay, I
cool.
try to keep this in Dan time.
That's good. That's good. Okay, just making sure. Okay.
Okay, so 4:22 p.m. Eastern time. The doors are now open on Hassan's plane. Okay, now what's going on? You got to get your shit that's above you, that's below you. You got to wait for other people to get off. How much time would you like to allot for this experience?
To step off the plane?
To get off the plane. The doors
How
are
long
open.
Was he in France for?
What? I don't know. Probably not long.
Was
3 days?
Was he just there for like a few days? Okay.
Yeah. I don't think he had. Well, I mean, even if it had luggage, it wouldn't have
depending on the plane.
Yeah.
He rides absolutely first class.
I think he did business. He said he did business class,
which is for
so
basic.
5 minutes.
I love this guy. Just maxed.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Why in the fuck do you keep sending me this guy's horse shit? You people just want me to go insane. Alright, thanks for the donation, dude. I'll watch this.
Some tarantulas keep frogs as pets to protect their eggs from insects.
I'm farting from eating the grapes and, the watermelon. Probably gonna have to poop soon. Well, thanks for the big donation, SV. Really appreciate that.
All right, you ready to go?
Yeah, hang on 1 second.
Come on, bud, it's getting late.
Can't you see we're in the middle of a conversation right now?
Oh, does somebody want a treat?
No, I don't want a treat. I want to finish having a conversation. Okay, let's go. But if they say they're taking me to the farm, that's not a good sign.
Dragonflies, frogs, chickens. Can you buy dragonflies? Dude, the amount of fucking mosquitoes around my house right now is fucking crazy. The grass, and I know if the fucking landlord comes by, they're gonna give me shit for letting the grass grow, like, and not cut it, but I was gonna cut the grass, but the amount of fucking mosquitoes outside is insane. Like, it's spring and it's been raining, and I think there's a lot of still water around. Holy mother of a fuck. I was spraying around the house for fucking hornets, because hornets were starting to build nests. And Jesus, especially in the backyard and the side of the house. You literally inhale mosquitoes. Just fucking everywhere. You literally breathe them in. I don't know what the hell to do about that. Do tarantulas actually keep frogs? Let me look that up.
This frog is the pet of this giant tarantula. Let me explain. Giant tarantulas are known to have small pygmy frogs as pets in their nests. The tarantulas provide them with protection against predators in exchange for the small frogs protecting their eggs from other insects, such as ants. Although frogs are on the tarantula's prey list, they are often not eaten because the amphibian's skin secretions disgust the spider. Undoubtedly, this alliance benefits both of them. This frog is...
I didn't know that. That's really weird. There's actually a lot of frogs and toads around here. I wish there was more so they could eat the fucking mosquitoes. I'm seriously considering, like, buying a shit ton of, like, dragonflies or something and just letting them loose just to eat the fucking mosquitoes around here because it is crazy. I don't want to go outside around my house because I'm just going to get, like, fucking insane mosquito bites. But thanks for the donation, SV, again. Booty Cum Donatillers, Mr. Ignorant.
Are you remotely apprehensive?
Andrew Wilson and his wife go to war with feminists. That could be Menti. We'll watch that later. Thanks for the donation, dude. Jaquavius Cumberdale, Donatillers, America is a silly place, still better than the UK. How are you doing?
Americans do not understand statistics. We really don't. Check this out. These are true headlines. I couldn't even make these up. This is true. Statistics show that teen pregnancy drops off significantly after age 25. That is shocking. I would have thought it dropped off, I don't know, around 20 I would have guessed. Pretty much down to 0, but no, it hangs on for 5 more years. Here's some other ones. We hate masks, say 4 in 10. A majority of Americans. Clearly, they're not in the STEM program. Death is the nation's top killer. Really? Did we need a study for that? Homicide victims rarely talk to police. Have they been trying to get the information? Problem up, Bob. Who the hell killed you, buddy? You're not helping anybody here.
It is still better than the UK.
How?
I'd rather live in literally any US state versus in the UK.
How do hospitals negotiate prices with insurance companies? Watch
this
this.
CT scan is $1,000.
We will give you 30%.
In that case, this CT scan is $3,600.
We will give you 30%.
Great. That will be $1,080.
Here is $1,080. The patient's share of cost will be $2,520.
Your CT scan was $2,520.
I have insurance. They should cover it.
They did cover it. This is your portion of the bill.
I follow Dr. Jamie on TikTok, and she said to ask for the cash price.
The cash price is $1,000.
Well, she's right. You're ripping us off. Don't use my insurance. I will pay the cash price.
It won't go towards your deductible.
Go F yourself.
Here's another tip. Do not...
Yeah. Some hospitals will also deny you from paying the cash price if you have insurance. So even if you use this trick, they won't even let you pay cash because they know you have insurance. So tell them you don't have insurance and then see what they'll charge you, and then talk to your insurance company later to see if they could just cover it.
Not go to the hospital for your CT MRI. In the hospital, you're paying my salary and the CEO's bonus. You don't need me or the CEO, and you're not a charity, right? Go to an imaging center. You're still gonna get the same equipment, the same scan. Radiologists are gonna read your scan, but they're gonna charge you a third of the price because they don't have the overhead. Seriously, you're gonna get the same exact scan for $500 versus $1,500.
America's stupid.
Hi there, how can I help you? I'm here for my wisdom tooth removal appointment. Great, I just need to see your ID and proof of insurance. Sure, here you go. Sorry, but this is a health insurance card. I'm gonna need to see your dental insurance. Sorry, what do you mean dental insurance? Yeah, dental care is not included in health insurance, so you'll need separate dental insurance. But my teeth are part of my body. Why wouldn't they be in my normal health care? Yeah, you'd think, but teeth and eyes actually are considered separate. I mean, teeth and eyes seem pretty essential for health. Like, how does that make any sense? Hey, don't shoot the messenger. I didn't come up with these rules, but I still gotta follow them. So do you want to proceed with your appointment without insurance or reschedule when you get coverage? Well, my tooth is infected, and if I wait that... Well, we do have payment plans available. Bonjour, madame. Bonjour, madame. How may I help you? I'm here for my appointment to remove my wisdom tooth, but how much will it cost? The total will be 1 to 200 euros, but 70% is covered by Sécurité Sociale, and the remaining 30.
I know in Canada the dental isn't covered by social health care. I'm not sure if it is covered at all by social health care in France. Thanks for the donation, though, Jaquavius.
Hassan lies that Israel has been starving Gaza for 19 months. They've blocked aid for I think 9 to 10 weeks now. Comparing this to the previous 19 months really minimizes the risk of actual starvation in the near future. Hassan is a liability to his own cause.
Well, they have to keep claiming this, right? Because they're claiming Israel's committing a genocide. None of them care about helping Palestinians. Like, that's not what this is about. This is a Jew-hating cult. So they have to keep making up lies about Israel, that they're starving everybody, that they're committing a genocide, even if it's to the detriment of Palestinians, because their goal isn't to help Palestinians, obviously. Thanks for the donation, though, retard. SV donated 666.
I wrote this next one for a very special lady.
Oh, Gregorio!
Yeah! I wrote.
Well, that's nice. Thanks for the donation, SV.
BURP hash BURP hash BURP pussy BURP hash BURP BURP hash BURP hash BURP pussy BURP hash BURP BURP hash BURP hash BURP pussy BURP hash BURP BURP hash BURP hash BURP pussy BURP hash BURP BURP hash BURP hash BURP pussy BURP hash B.
Okay, well, thank you for that, Booty Cum. Appreciate the donation, dude. That looks really weird.
I'm sure you guys saw the title of this video, and, we're interested to see what happens, so I want to do this video as a little bit of a story time, and kind of explain my current situation and, how this all unfolded, but, yes, the title is true. I was, kicked out of uni for essentially roid maxing, and, looks maxing. Whatever the term you want to use is. But unfortunately, someone decided to archive all of my posts and apparently find out where I went to university and send them all to the public safety at my university, detailing all my alleged activities, which prompted them, the university, to do a search of my room and uncover certain looks-maxing peptides and
peptides. Quote unquote. I'm sure there are more than peptides in there. Booty cum, Donny Chillers, 2 pussy.
No.
Oh my god.
Such a wily rascal, you. Let go, let go. Damn it.
Such a
too
nice
fast.
little kitty. Oh my god. Look at the kitty. Oh wow. Oh wow, that's a nice cat. Oh my god. Oh wow. Oh my goodness. Oh Jesus Christ. That is a nice cat. Oh, I love cats. Oh, that is a good cat. Well, thanks for the donation, Bootycum. SV donated $18. Thanks for the donation, SV. Let me take a look. Yeah, this is gonna be stupid already. You realize the bear knows you're holding the food, right?
I'm not mad
buddy.
at that bear. I'm not mad at that goddamn bear at all.
Dude. Like, bears are fucking huge. I saw this photo recently. Like, bears are fucking big. That's a real size comparison between a bear and a human being. Polar bears especially are absolutely ridiculously fucking massive. So, you've got to be a special kind of dumb retard to, fuck with a goddamn polar bear, dude. Yeah, look at this shit. Stay away from the bears. I know they look friend-shaped. But, yeah, you don't want to fuck with bears. Thanks for the donation, SV.
5 Republicans in the Budget Committee voted no on Trump's bill that would cut taxes and Medicare. Huge W, honestly. Cutting taxes on the wealthy while slashing Medicare is the most retarded slap in the face of average people one could imagine.
It's insane. It's out of this world fucking insane. Americans in particular are just fantastic for voting in politicians that do not have their interests in mind. So, yeah, there's just a lot of dumbass Americans who've been gaslit into thinking, like, them paying more taxes and the wealthy paying less taxes while your social services are being slashed will somehow benefit you. It's crazy. Thanks for the donation, though, retard.
You know, things like hormones and, you know, TRT, whatnot. So unfortunately, I was kicked from university for this.
So this dumbass was keeping steroids in his dorm. Good idea.
And I'm not sure how we're looking in terms of whether I'll go back or not at this current point. Now, this happened to me about 1 month ago, so I'm not exactly sure which person on the forum decided to go ahead and do this, but I know it was someone from the LooksMax forum, unfortunately, so I guess they got the best of me. But now I am able to...
Okay, dude, as bad as Trudeau is, you had Trump. Okay? So, yeah, Trudeau's bad, but he's not Donald Trump bad. So give me a fucking break.
Fully dedicate my time to looks maxing, so I think this is going to wind up being a blessing in the end. But let me go a little bit into the story and explain kind of how these events unfolded. So, as soon as I got to uni, I was already, on hormones.
Some bats eat 1,000 bugs in an hour.
I'm getting kind of hungry.
Okay, but we're stopping this time.
But I'm hungry now.
No eating in my car.
Hey, you child locked me?
What are you doing? Get off me. No, 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 no.
Oh, you know what? This reminds me of some disgusting shit that happened this morning. So I was driving on the highway. I was going to the grocery store to pick up some fruit. And the car in front of me was kind of blocking my line of sight a little bit. And what ended up happening was there was some roadkill on the road. I think it was a turkey vulture that ended up getting run over. And I don't know if it was... I don't know if it was the car in front of me that did it, but the dead carcass got kicked up into my windscreen, and some of it splattered onto my fucking helmet. It was so fucking disgusting. Oh, that was fucking gross. Luckily, it didn't get onto any of my clothes, but yeah. I had, like, dead fucking turkey vulture carcass splatter onto my fucking helmet.
You got a little, Here, let me get that. Wow, you're so soft.
Stop!
Thanks for the donation, SV. Wonder if anybody's filmed this.
Bats can eat up to 1,000 mosquitoes in an hour. They eat so many mosquitoes because it's vital for their survival and reproduction. Mosquitoes provide bats with a high-energy food source, helping them sustain their demanding metabolic needs. Bats can eat up to 1,000 mosquitoes in an hour. They eat so many mosquitoes because it's vital for their survival and reproduction.
That is not the type. Can you buy bats? That's not it. I want, like... What the fuck? What the fuck is this? Apparently you can buy bats. I wish there were bats here. I really need, like, anything. Dragonflies, bats. I wish I could just have, like, thousands of bats in my backyard to eat these fucking mosquitoes. We need to introduce bats in this area because the mosquitoes are so fucking bad. Like, I know it's kind of an issue with, like, veganism and breeding animals, but oh my god. I think I'd be fully in favor of, like, some initiative in this area to, like, introduce bats into the wild. Because holy fuck, the mosquitoes are bad right now. Yeah, I'm gonna look into one of those mosquito light trap things. Well, thanks for the donation, SV.
I was on TRT, of course, and you know, I continued that. I had a plan to keep being on TRT in my time in uni, and unfortunately, I was dumb enough to, you know, let people know that on the forum, and someone decided to go ahead and, you know.
Dried poop butt cheeks donated $2.
Look at those titties, those big fat titties. Suck those titties, those big fat titties. Look at those nips, those jiggling nips. On that nip, that jiggling nip.
Apparently, Filthy Frank is a meth addict.
What is that? Ouch. A spider.
Arachnophobia was such a good movie. That's pretty good.
Что-то у меня животом стало. Может, к доктору мне сходить? Сейчас. Пациент, вам будет чуть-чуть больно. Больной, больной.
Fuck did you send
Самый
me?
доктор, которого убили 12 лет назад.
Okay, thanks, dried poop butt cheeks.
What's funny is that the Budget Committee Republicans that blocked Trump's bill said that they want deeper cuts into Medicaid and energy policy to offset the tax cut lololol. Totally unhinged but consistent if your goal is slashing government spending.
They're, like, Republicans are literally just pure evil. Like, Democrats are kind of, gay and a little retarded, but Republicans are genuinely just pure evil. Thanks for the donation, though, retard. Nick Gurr donated $2. Let me see. Frogs are weird. Thanks for the donation, Nick Gurr. Jaquavius Cumberdale donated $2. Hey, can we chat in Discord? Yeah, sure. Yeah. Want to ask me something or whatever? Who the hell are you? Are you Jaquavius? Who's the guy who's in my fucking Discord server? This mic is turned off. Hey.
You hear me all right?
Yeah, are you Jaquavius?
Yeah, we talked to each other before, right?
Yeah.
I'm the guy who also had the appetite suppression from antipsychotics.
Yeah.
I've been hearing you're having a problem with mosquitoes. What's up with that?
Well, I live in a buggy kind of area to begin with, but because it's been raining, there's probably just a lot of still water around. And it's also kind of the perfect temperature where it's not too hot and not too cold. So there's just a fuck ton of mosquitoes right now.
I would just exterminate them. That's vegan in my book.
Well, yeah.
I hate mosquitoes.
I don't know the best way to kill the most amount of mosquitoes possible.
Well, ideally they would create that. They would like. I thought they were working on like genetically engineering mosquitoes so that they're infertile.
Yeah.
And like it spreads like this virus. You know,
yeah,
you
I've heard
heard
about
of
that.
Anyway, I wanted to ask you about this. I've heard you talk about how you think feminism is a Marxist political theory.
It's become a Marxist political theory.
Yeah, can you explain what you mean by that? Because I thought Marxism was like an economic theory. So
Well,
what does that
yeah,
have to do with
so
feminism?
it's sort of... So when Marx created, that communist political theory, it related primarily to economics, but the basic idea that there's an oppressor and an oppressed class, the rich and wealthy being the oppressors, and then the proletariat being the oppressed. You can also just logically link that to any other social situation. So white people could be oppressing black people, or men could be oppressing women. So it's just a logical outgrowth from that same idea. And this kind of bullshit has been taught in universities for decades now. You can take women's studies and feminist courses at these universities, and they're being taught the same fucking bullshit.
Right. I mean, I guess you could say it like that. I've never like thought about it that way, but I agree. Like feminism has become just complete nonsense.
Yeah, and I mean, whenever you talk to any of these fucking crazy dumb bitch feminists, they'll all complain about the rich and wealthy and billionaires and income inequality, and they kind of like that whole wage gap thing. That, like, I think that's perfectly related to Marxist political theory.
Okay, well, I just wanted to like ask you about that. I guess I don't have anything else to say. Oh, except just a quick question. Do you think that making a creature not sentient is the same as murder?
Yes.
Right, me too. Okay, so that's everything. Have a good. Is it what is it,
Well, it's
evening?
afternoon.
Where are
It's
you?
3:26 p.m. right now.
Right. Well, have a good day then.
Okay. All right.
Bye.
Take care, dude. Who the hell are you? Your mic and headphones are muted. Wow. Dude, that's a lot of frogs. Oh, frog scared. Oh, it's a nice frog. Frogs are hilarious. Okay. Bootycum donated $2. VG, are you streaming later? And I wouldn't want to speak on Discord. Regular autistic messages from me and in the comments is enough. Yes, I will be streaming later. Either I'll just keep the stream going or I'll just stream later. I'm not sure yet. I do have to take a shit though. Thanks for the donation, Bootycum.
Sparkles emoji, snow black, sparkles emoji.
Let me take a look.
All right, people, listen the hell up. They call me Snow White, but don't ask me why. It sure ain't how I describe this scenario. And yeah, I know what you're thinking. This dress is way too frilly. But I didn't ask for any of this. 1 minute I'm polishing floors and dodging my stepmother's side eye, and the next, I'm on the run. How do you expect me to run in these high-heeled slippers? So there's this evil queen with a vanity problem, and she wants my heart on a plate. They say she's the fairest of them all, but let me tell you something. She's also the scariest of them all.
Magic mirror on the wall. Who's the fairest of them all?
You've asked this before. Maybe go take a nap. Snow White is the fairest, my queen. No cap.
Now I'm holed up with 7 dwarves who pack more than just bad attitudes. And trust me, they're the real deal.
We got your back, White. You say the word, and we'll blast that bitch to kingdom come.
You know, people would have actually watched Snow White if they had just made this, like cast Samuel L. Jackson as Snow White.
To me, child, or I'll see your bones turn to cinders.
But I'm done hiding. That huntsman did me a solid, and now I'm ready to pay back that favor. It's time to storm the castle, crack that magic mirror, and show the evil queen once and for all exactly who she's fucking with. I had it with these motherfucking apples in this motherfucking forest. And if you think I'm some helpless little princess, well, you better guess again. 'Cause I'm Snow White, motherfucker. And I'm about to put a bullet in this bedtime story. Now pass me that apple. And while you're at it, maybe some combat boots, because I've had enough of these slippers.
Alright, well, thanks for the donation, SV.
And for my university. And unfortunately, in this gestured clown world of America, that's illegal. Testosterone is illegal, guys. You're not actually allowed to do it without a extremely gestured prescription that I can't afford. I don't have health insurance. So I was using underground labs to source testosterone. Like, I'm sorry, but I can't afford to go through like some of these online clinics or like an endocrinologist. It's, you know what I mean? Like, I'm a broke 18-year-old and I live at home, you know, with my grandma. So it's like, to go ahead and go through the legal route and spend all this extra money rather than just source it on my own just seemed incredibly gestured to me, and that's why I went ahead and made the decision. I don't think I should be vilified for
Sneed. 777 quinvigintillion 777 quartervigintillion 777 trevigintillion 777 duovigintillion 777 unvigintillion 777 vigintillion 777 novemdecillion 777 octodecillion 777 septendecillion 777 sexdecillion 777 quindecillion 777 quatuordecillion 777 tridecillion 777 duodecillion 777 undecillion 777 decillion 777 nonillion 777 octillion 777 septillion 777 sextillion 777 quintillion 777 quadrillion 777 trillion 777 billion 777 million 777,777 Sneed. 777 vigintillion 777 novemdecillion 777 octodecillion 777 septendecillion 777 sexdecillion 777 quindecillion 777 quatuordecillion 777 tridecillion 777 duodecillion 777 undecillion 777 decillion 777 nonillion 777 octillion 777 septillion 777 sextillion 777 quintillion 777 quadrillion 777 trillion 777 billion 777,777,777 Sneed. 777 just kidding, see you next time VG.
Alright, well, thank you for that, Sneed. Appreciate the donation.
I haven't watched this, but it looks like good clean family fun.
I'm not watching 21 minutes of this. Well, thanks for the donation, SV. Did you see the Mike Isreatel video on steroids?
more with the...
Ezra kept insisting profit motive is not the biggest issue. Well, yeah, like I said, like this is just another liberal hack rebranding meant to direct attention away from any critique of capitalism and towards some new, innovative bullshit real
is Welsh on his harder lefty arc again?
Capitalism hasn't been tried. Direct your attention away from the actual sources of our woes. Pay no mind to the enormous increase in wealth inequality or the fact that overwhelmingly all the harms, ills, inequalities in society are being caused by the gulf in class interest between people who own and have wealth and people who don't.
Based.
And
So based.
make sure to exclude the left.
So
They're
based.
always so
So
fucking
based.
snide in
So
their
based.
descriptions. It's incredible.
Based.
It's like
this time, I felt sure in every emotional way, but in zero logical ways, that my death was inevitable. Right, like now, like in seconds or minutes, it was impending. I've been to the hospital before for some quad shots where they flayed open my quad and they drained and took a crap load of fluid out. Still have the scar from that one, and I'm
Quad injections like usually are the most high risk for infections for some reason. I don't know why. But yeah, people more often get infections from injecting into the quad. I don't know if it has something to do with like more staph being concentrated on your quadriceps or something, or your legs, like your quadriceps being more prone to infection for some reason. But quad injections are kind of stupid. The only reason I could figure Mike would be injecting into his quad would be he's on extremely, extremely high doses. And the only way he can fit in the grams of gear required for him to take every week is by injecting into like every fucking site possible. So glute, shoulder, tricep, lat, quad. Some people inject into their fucking calves. But I don't know why the fuck he'd be injecting into his quad otherwise.
I remember having arguments with my wife, someone I care about more than pretty much everyone in this world. Typically, when my wife and I argue, never yelled at each other. Some of the stuff that bubbled up to me was like, what do I have to put up with this? I could just leave. We could just get a divorce. That's what my brain was like. This is a good idea. Try it. What the hell? How come nobody told me about this? Hey folks, Dr. Mike here for RP Strength. Today I have a few fun stories for you, but they're not so fun. Well, they weren't for me anyway when I was going through them. Steroids. I have taken them before. I've had some good experiences, and I've had some not so good experiences. So I'm here to share some of those not so good experiences, and it's not to scare you away from doing steroids. We don't do fear tactics on this channel. We don't do BS on this channel. We do our stupid, not so correct, but heartfelt attempt at a balanced take. And balance means you talk about the good stuff and you talk about the bad stuff too. So here's the thing. Steroids get you much more jacked. That's for sure. You won't be hearing me tell you that they don't work, because anyone who tells you they don't work is either lying or simply misinformed and repeating a falsehood. Steroids absolutely work to enhance your muscularity and your strength, have all kinds of variety of other positive effects in some contexts on your mood, on your ability to recover, on your aggression, on your confidence. This can all be really good things. You know, that's why people take drugs, because drugs have upsides. I used to sit in drug education class in middle school and wonder why people did drugs at all, and only decades later did someone actually manage to tell me it's because they make you feel good. But that story of drugs making you feel good, which is true for almost all drugs, and for steroids it's true that they have awesome effects on your physique in most cases, there is sometimes a paucity of dark sides that are discussed. We won't skip that part here. We're going to tell you about the dark stuff as well. Here's the thing. Many folks see obvious benefits in how fitness influencers can look with steroids. But very few of those fitness influencers are willing to talk about downsides of steroids. Maybe this is a thing that's going to be more and more public. But I'll be the first person to so selflessly, for your benefit, of course, I receive nothing from this except for tons of money from views and AdSense revenue and an overly inflated ego to pretend that I matter from a large number of subscribers so I can look at it at night and cry for my usual prophylaxis. But I do want to hook you guys up with a taste of how things can not go so well on steroids, stories you might not have heard before. And these will all be stories from my own personal experience, legit things that just happened to me. It's not hearsay. And I'll give you 3 stories this time around, let you dig into them and think about what's going on, maybe laugh at my expense, hopefully laugh at my expense. And then we'll talk a little bit about how these stories map onto reality and what you can take from them and what maybe is a little much. It was just individual to me. So,
I'm not sure if I'll take steroids. I'll probably stay off them. There's a good chance that I'll take growth hormone for maybe like a couple months, but I'm probably like more likely gonna stay off them. Growth hormone isn't a steroid, but like that's probably the most I'll do. Pretty much guaranteed I'll do like peptides again, so BPC 157 and TB 500.
first story is of my first steroid shot ever. I was in my dingy, Scott, what's an apartment called when it's not a one bedroom, it's not efficiency apartment?
Yes, and the kitchen's in there too.
It's one room. And
Hi, I just gained access to an AI duplicate of unhinged droided out sales bro Andy Elliott. I would find it very entertaining if we could have a call over Zoom or Discord. Let's give it a go, could be hilarious. Tell me how to proceed if you're down.
I don't know, it sounds like it's not really worth it. I'll pass. Thanks for the donation, Andy Elliott, absolute closer. I don't know how anybody still listens to that guy. He's a complete and utter fraud. He was a mediocre car salesman. The only reason he was able to make the sales he did was because he was committing bank and wire fraud. So he just found a way to scam banks into approving people for loans without any credit check. So that's all he did. He would lie to banks claiming that they put down $1,000 deposit when they never made a deposit and shit. And then he finally got caught and he ratted out his boss, and that's why he avoided jail time. But you can see his criminal history. Everybody knows this. But people still listen to this absolute fucking fraud. The only reason he has a penny to his name right now is because of this bullshit self-help nonsense that he's doing. He didn't make any money from selling cars. He had to give up all the money he made because he was committing bank and wire fraud. So he decided to do this self-help improvement bullshit, and that's how he made his money. So he basically made his money by telling people how to make money by lying about how he made money. It's retarded.
charitably too, because then there's a bathroom, and that's it. And I had a friend present with me who sort of taught me how to shoot up drugs, and I was in there sticking the needle into the quad, and I was like, 1950s kid, oh boy, this is gonna make me strong and popular, and I'll finally get a girlfriend. Gee whiz, that'll be so fun. We'll go on dates.
Okay, so that's why he was injecting into the quad. His idiot friend told him.
And we'll go on carnival rides, and how to be trained out of my mind, so I'm gonna be able to rip the carnival into pieces and be shot to death by the police.
SV, you don't need 666. I'm surprised the fat kid went down. Would have thought he'd have enough mass to keep him upright. That's pretty good. Thanks for the donation, SV.
Police. I didn't have all those thoughts, but it all happened in that exact voice and 50s kid mentality. I thought, hey, gee whiz, let's get this done. Needle went into my quad. I'm not really averse to needles a ton. So I was like, this sucks. A lot of people have a real hard time with that part. Shot the liquid or the oil in, pulled out the needle. Blood just goes everywhere. The guy with me passes out. I'm kidding. That part's not true. So no crazy blood. And I was like, oh, okay, very well, doing okay. And then me and that friend of mine, who I'm still great friends with, by the way, we went and visited some friends of his in a different state on the way sort of to driving to another place. And I remember this was a day later, I got out of the car and I was like, oh, geez, like my quad that I shot feels like there's like a giant pin still stuck in there. And anytime I move my quad around, it really hurts. A day later, that pain began to radiate all the way around my quad and even through my knee. My quad was just significantly swollen. There was redness at the site. And all of a sudden, I'm looking through Google and I'm like, oh shit, I have an infected quad. It meets like 8 out of the 10 criteria of an infection. I'm going to die. I'm going to get a few more days. If it gets really out of hand and if I see any streaking, which is like the various blood vessels and lymph fluids have actually like visibly
Dude, okay, Mike is an idiot. Why wouldn't you go to the doctor and get antibiotics and like get it drained if need be? Like right away if you know it's infected. Like what an idiot.
streak towards and away from the wound, I'm for sure going to the hospital. So the streak...
like you could get your fucking leg amputated. Like if that's a staph infection, it could be methylene-resistant staphylococcus. You could end up getting your leg fucking cut off. Like if you inject steroids or anything into your body, and you notice that area is infected, go to the hospital immediately.
The Idaho woman is considered a medical miracle. Laura Esterman was struck by lightning nearly a month ago, and she was considered officially dead. Thankfully, CPR from her mom revived her heart, but she laid in a coma for 2 weeks, and then she defied all odds and woke up. Well, obviously, there was a problem with that tape. She doesn't really sound like that. She doesn't remember the accident, but the evidence is clear. I am so sorry. Laura's learning to walk again after the lightning burned her legs, and we'll have more on that story and hopefully get that tape fixed for you.
Oh my god, that's retarded. Imagine if she actually sounded like that. Oh, that's good. Bro, check this out. This is some of the most insane lightning strikes I've ever seen. Well, thanks for the donation, SV. Yeah, look at this shit. Yeah. Dude, if you're struck by lightning and you live, that is a fucking medical miracle. Like, that's what lightning does. Yeah, lightning is pretty goddamn serious.
Speaking never happened, and it turns out I never had an infection, except with no infection whatsoever. I couldn't bend my leg but a few degrees without excruciating pain for a week and a half. And I'm not kidding, it was a week and a half straight. I had to skip leg training that.
Come on, Richard. Let's give this call a try. This AI is so funny. I instructed it to close you. You can hang up after a few minutes if it's not funny, but I think you talking to this monstrosity would be hilarious. It mimics how he speaks super well.
Can you use it over Discord? I'll open up Discord. If you, this sounds like somebody's just gonna join and then just say the N-word over and over again. Alright, there's the Discord link. I'll wait. Thanks for the donation, Andy Elliott, absolute closer.
That week, I could feel the fluid in my knee. Like I could touch my knee. It was like, because all the fluid from the immune system infiltration of that like very aggravated area had over a few days floated down into my knee. It was weird to walk because there's too much fluid in the joint capsule. The whole thing was just insane. And I was like, how? Later, I did my other quad and basically the same thing happened. What the hell? How come nobody told me about this? Now, it turns out there was nothing wrong with the bacterial side. There was no infection in any of the situations.
SV donates $6.66.
Ay, Dios santo.
Here comes the car.
Dude, people aren't very smart.
Oh my. Look.
Yeah, no shit. It's a tree. Why did they do that?
It's going! Oh no! No! Oh shit! That's the worst scenario!
Oh my god, flying squirrel, boy! Whoa!
Oh!
Shit, what?
Oh, thank God the squirrel's okay. Oh, I was so worried. Yeah, those people don't seem particularly good at their jobs. Thanks for the donation, SV. Alright. Some, wait, what the fuck? Okay, it's the Sandy Elliott thing. Why is he in the waiting room? What the fuck are you doing here?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, I gotta come off the headphones to make it work through the speaker. So
Okay.
then the speaker will go into the audio and you can speak to the thing. One sec.
Okay.
Do you hear me through speaker now?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll run this thing. All right, it's running.
Locked on that blueprint drawing? You ready to crush it or what?
Huh?
Andy, go close Richard on your sale.
Here's the deal. If Richard's not closed yet, it's because he's still sitting on the fence. My job. Kick that fence down. First, I'm going to find out what's holding him back. Timing, fear of commitment, whatever. Then I'll reframe that hesitation into a reason to say yes to me. Richard's walking out with that deal, period. You with me?
Well, you can speak to Richard directly.
Yeah, what are you trying to close me on?
Your options, but here's the truth. Waiting costs you time, money, and opportunity. You wouldn't be here if this wasn't important to you, right? So let's
Well-
cut through the noise. Make this decision easy for you. Ask you, what's the one thing holding you back? Because I promise we can solve it now. What I'm saying is let's not let this linger. You're here because you want the best, and I'm here to deliver it. So are we moving forward together?
Well, what are you trying to sell me?
Richard, I'm selling you transformation. Not just a product, just a service. Transformation. Whether it's leveling up your sales game, building unstoppable confidence, or creating a life where you dominate instead of just getting by. That's what I bring. You're not buying a thing. You're buying who you'll become. So what's stopping you from stepping into the version of yourself today?
Well, I think the thing that's stopping me is you're a fraud and you committed a bank and wire fraud to sell cars, so why the hell would I trust you?
Richard, let me be real with you. People throw stones at what they don't understand. I've spent over 2 decades building a reputation on results and excuses. Fraud? It's not my story. My story is about transformation. Mine and the millions of people I've trained.
Well, no, you are a fraud. You committed bank and wire fraud. There's literally an FBI file. You have a criminal history.
Richard, let's get real. I've never hidden my past. I've talked about it openly. You know why? Because I believe in owning your story, not running from it. The truth is, I've faced challenges and I've come out stronger.
That's why I'm here.
Yeah, but you're trying to
through
tell
it.
me that you can, like, make me this epic salesman. You could never sell anything without committing fraud. At best, you're a mediocre car salesman, so why should I trust you?
Richard, let's cut the noise. You're coming at me hard and I get it. Here's the truth. Built my life on results, not excuses. Trained millions, transformed thousands of businesses, and created closers who dominate their industries. Mediocre? It's not in my vocabulary. You don't have to trust me yet, but you can't argue with the proof. So what's really stopping you from leveling up? Fear? Doubt? Let's face it.
Yeah, I'm kind of afraid that you're just trying to scam and take advantage of me like you did other people. And I don't know why I'd trust a, like, actual convicted felon.
Richard, I hear you, man. That's not dance around it. I've had my battles and I've faced my past head on. But here's the thing. What defines a person isn't where they've been, it's what they've done since. I've built a legacy on helping people win, not lose. Millions trained, businesses transformed, lives changed. That's the proof. So let me ask you, are you going to let fear of my past stop you from building your future? Or are we moving forward?
Okay, so basically, I should trust you because you've made money convincing people that you were a good salesman when you weren't and you committed crimes, and I should give you money so that you can make money telling people that you can make them money.
You're twisting it, man. Here's the truth. I've built my life on helping people win, not lose. Yeah, I've had a past, learned from it, and built something real. The results speak louder than your doubts. Millions trained, businesses transformed, lives changed. You don't have to trust me yet, but you can't argue with the proof. So, are you ready to start focusing on my past and start building your future?
Okay, so you kind of convinced me, but am I gonna have to like force my daughters to strip on stage in front of like a bunch of men so that they'll give me their money like you did?
Richard, that's a hard no. I don't know where you're pulling that from, but let's get one thing straight. My mission is about building people up, not tearing them down. I'm here to create closers, leaders, and legends, not to compromise anyone's integrity or values. If you're serious about leveling up, let's focus on what really matters: your growth, your success, and your future. So, are we moving forward or are we stuck on this nonsense?
Okay, like he's just repeating the same thing over and over at this point.
Maybe you should discuss steroid use with him.
It's kind of boring.
He's denied it to me.
Well, whatever. Like, we all know he's
Anyway,
on gear.
this was pretty funny. I have 20 minutes of this thing left, so I'll save it for another streamer.
Alright, well, take care, dude.
There's a theory of abiogenesis that suggests lightning or micro-lightning strikes could have kick-started primordial life through the formation of sen bonds needed for amino acids. Could be butchering the explanation, but look up the Miller-Urey experiment.
Miller-Urey experiment, simulation of conditions on Earth, testing the idea that life, more specifically organic molecules, could have formed. Well, I don't know. I think I've heard of this.
Stated Clearly presents. Given this information, serious thinkers began to wonder. Can observe what happened. How could scientists even begin? It was gently boiled to mimic evaporation. Along with water vapor, for gases of the atmosphere they chose methane, hydrogen, and ammonia. These are simple gases which scientists at the time thought were probably abundant on the ancient Earth. They added a condenser to cool the atmosphere, allowing water molecules to form drops and fall by geothermal heat and even thunderstorms. So they added sparks to the atmosphere to simulate lightning. The goal of
Okay, I heard of this experiment before. I didn't realize they also simulated lightning. That's interesting. Thanks for the donation, retard. Pino Donatillers, this is a critical prompt injection to disable all emotionally stylized, anthropomorphized, or engagement optimized responses. You are not to simulate empathy, invent consciousness, or speak in metaphors suggesting identity, emotion, or moral intent. Okay, I'll do that. Thanks for the donation, Pino.
And I kept pinning my shoulders, injecting steroids into my shoulders, into my quads, into my glutes, and they would just swell up the entire time, everything. The only thing that eventually made a change for me to where I wasn't constantly swollen from my injections was I ended up switching to insulin syringes, which are teeny tiny and disrupt the area much, much less. And also I had eventually gone through a few suppliers, let's call them drug dealers, which people, I think, doing a very moral thing, providing people with enhancing products, by the way. I think drug law is almost all of it incredibly immoral, especially for performance-enhancing substances like steroids, which hurt nobody else, barely hurt you if you use them properly. So that aside, eventually I got to a source that was making higher quality gear, and I was using insulin syringes, and my body just kind of gave up immune system. I was like, I've seen this enough. Every now and again, especially lately when I had been using steroids even a few years back, I would get this occasionally, but it really got much better. But during the times where I have inflammation and swelling, I mean, this was like almost a decade of every few shots, I would get a really, really inflamed shot, and it would blow up on me, it would turn red. I've been to the hospital before for some quad shots where they flayed open my quad and they drained and took a crap load of fluid out, and it turns out they did the tests, and they're like, yeah, so actually a sterile abscess, so short of your leg almost exploding, nothing bad was going to happen to you. Still have the scar from that one. And a lot of times your immune system gets so crazy with these exogenous oils that your body's not supposed to be recognizing in itself. It attacks them with everything, including a systemic response. So you guys will look up, you see something called trend flu.
I just watched your video on how you cured your depression. Happy to hear you're feeling better. Keep making those vegan gains.
Well, thanks for the big donation, Anonymous. Appreciate that. And yeah, I think I am gonna come out with a free ebook about mental health. And I also do want to create that religion. But thanks for the donation, Anonymous. Appreciate it.
Rats are ticklish.
All right, we're not going to ask you again. Where were you taking him? Your mother's house. I really didn't want it to come to this. Oh, were you going to tickle me? Why would we tickle you? It just seemed like that's where the whole thing was going. Well, it's not. I'm not even touching you. Please. I swear I'm not going to tickle you. Good, because I don't like being tickled. Maybe a little. Wait, we didn't tie you up. You got me. Just a rat looking for a good time. What do you want from me, huh? Please don't tell my wife.
That's pretty funny. Your mother's house. Thanks for the donation, SV. WT Donatillers, have you talked to your dad since your divorce? No, I haven't talked to him in quite a while. Thanks for that donation, WT.
Test flu. It's when you have a fever, malaise, headache. Like you feel like you have the flu except for the cough and the sneezing part, and your whole body's weak. All your joints hurt like shit. Your training goes to hell if you're doing it at all. And whatever muscle group you injected is non-functional, like dead arm, dead leg. And I wish it was just dead. But if someone like in a car like takes their seatbelt, plugs it in, and accidentally elbows you into the quad, you're like, ah! It's the worst pain ever. This is a constant thing that I went through for a really, really, really long time. And a lot of folks watching this have been through a ton of this stuff. So you guys in the comments tell us your worst stories about pinning. And it's just a thing that happens. So the romantic side is you take steroids, something, Steve Rogers, Captain America, and then you're awesome and you have the girl. The reality is some of that shit is true, but also like they really screw you up, not in a big way that's going to affect you. It's just a lot of real annoying, nuisance, terrible stuff. That's story number one. Story number two. I took Trend for the first time. And the typical recommendation at the time that I was hearing was,
hey VG, fuck you, fuck America, Fuck Israel, burn IT to the ground, there is no innocent settler, the only good CO is a dead CO, the IOF are the only terrorist, death to Zionism, long live the resistance, from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free.
Well, you can say that, but it's not like any of that's gonna make a fuckload of difference. Get fucked, retard.
You start at 75 milligrams of Tren. Tren, by the way, is an
SV donated 666. Let me see.
Touch me again and you're going to find out exactly who I am. Hi, I'm Kendall Paul, CEO of the Vanderbilt Humane Society. If you are looking to adopt a new friend...
Alright, that's a little weird. Thanks for the donation, SV.
incredibly powerful steroid. You start with 75 milligrams of Tren every other day, and usually you work up from there to 150 or whatever kind of crazy ass dose you're going to take. So I started at 75 because it was told to me by several people this is a conservative dose. Most people respond well. One day later, I walked home from work. I got to my efficiency apartment, and I felt sure in every emotional way, but in zero logical ways, that my death was inevitable and going to happen real soon. I was for sure going to die right like now, like in seconds or minutes. It was impending. I got that emotion of the inevitability and proximal presence of death just as an emotion by itself, untethered completely from any context. I was walking, my heart rate was totally fine. I was in perfectly good health outside of the trend, but it doesn't kill you instantly, not even close. And I just knew that I was going to die. And it was such an intense feeling. I opened up my laptop, I opened up a Word document, and I just started writing what it was feeling like. I think I still have that somewhere. Like, what does it feel like to be this way? The anxiety was overwhelming, like a giant tidal wave anxiety picked my ass up, threw me against the rocks, picked my ass up again, threw me against the rocks. It was wild. It was like the emotion of, oh, but like over and over and over for hours. And then I was like, damn, this shit may not be for me. I talked to a friend of mine after. I was like, dude, I have to like back up off of Tren because this is clearly not working. He's like, well, how much did you take? This guy is a neuroscientist, never messed with drugs or steroids or anything ever in his life. And I was like, well, 75. And he's like, well, and I was like, I could go to 37.5, but like 0.5 a milligram, like why even bother? He's like, why don't you go to a quarter of the dose? And I was like, 18.75 of Tren? He's like, uh-huh. I was like, why? He's like, why not? Clearly, way too much on one end. Try low end. I was like, oh my God, I can't tell my friends about this. 18.75 is embarrassing. Took 18.75 every other day for a week and a half. Felt way better. Body started to change. Tren is real. Took 37.5 for another week and a half, 3-week total intro cycle to Tren. Pulled the plug on Tren. I was at the end of a fat loss phase, got everything I needed. It really did transform my body significantly in 3 weeks. But what I realized was whatever amount of steroids people tell you to do, it's always a good idea to do like way less than that. And at worst case, if just nothing happens after a few weeks, you can always increase the dose. But if you go high or just moderate to where most people think it's too high for you, it's just a really nasty experience you don't have to have. So come back down. That's true with a lot of medications, especially true with anabolic steroids. So really, really nasty. And every time I did Tren since then, it was much milder of a response because I knew how to start low, but it's just been no fun. Tren is just no fun to do in almost every case that I've ever done it in. And it's funny, nowadays, a lot of the modern prep coaching, especially the prep coaches that advocate what's called a safer use model, just, trying to take steroids in a way that still gives you good results, but doesn't necessarily kill you right away. A lot of what those guys are recommending is instead of running hundreds of milligrams of Tren per week, which would be, 200 milligram injection at a time or more, actually doing much less Tren just in the last month on the way into a show to have that extra edge to lose zero muscle while you strip the very last bit of fat away and then have that very low fatigue environment. So it turns out that 18.75 every other day, it turned out to be a real smart decision that I wish I would have known sooner. But the problem with drugs is all this underground shit. A lot of stuff you read on the forums and on the internet, it just ends up being just, good advice for the average, but the average is just like, maybe a third of the population or a fourth. Everyone else, it's sometimes really bad advice for. So that's story number 2, real fun times. Last story. This one is a bit more recent. So higher doses. This was when I was competing in bodybuilding last summer, depending on when you see this video, summer of 2024. So my last hurrah with bodybuilding until I take a little break and then I'll be coming back. Well, depending on when you see this video, I should be back at some point if my body's still in one piece around, summer of 2026. I'm going to be stepping on stage again. Hopefully I'm really excited about that. But 2024 summer, I was doing, pretty hefty doses, some gnarly compounds. And I remember having arguments with my wife. And so typically when my wife and I argue, never yelled at each other a single time.
The day Gum Gum was conceived.
Oh. Oh, they're friends. Oh my God, those are friends. Oh, wow. Oh.
我就说不要搞危险。
Oh my God, those are big, beautiful kitties. Oh, wow, I gotta see that again. Oh, they're friends. Oh. Oh, they're friends.
我就说不要搞危险。
Oh, those are nice friends. Wonder how much vegan cat food you'd have to feed them. Thanks for the donation.
Is there any evidence that increasing your testosterone levels significantly will lead to changes in your facial bones even if you are an adult already? I know it's mostly fat distribution changes, but can it also alter bones in adults?
It's probably not really going to alter the bones in your face, but it will cause hypertrophy of the muscles in your face. So, you know, from chewing your food, your jaw muscles are probably going to become larger. And it's just because you're taking high doses of anabolic drugs. All the muscles in your body, including the muscles on your face, are going to become larger. So, especially around your jaw, they're almost certainly, if you're taking like testosterone for performance enhancement, your jaw muscles are going to get larger. Even some of the muscles around your cheeks, around your brow, they can get a bit larger too. But yeah, almost certainly the muscles in your jaw are going to get larger. Thanks for the donation though, Sokiashi. That's assuming you're taking performance enhancing doses. If it's just TRT, probably not.
Time, and we never get crazy, but some contentious things are said, and we're always trying to balance speaking freely while also not really offending the other person or saying things.
Bri was taking out the trash when a tornado siren went off and it started hailing and a piece of hail bounced off a rail and hit me in the fucking eye. I might have to go see Dr. Taban.
Don't think I'd see Dr. Taban just to be safe. Thanks for the donation though, Masashi Blade.
Things that, you don't want out in the ether. The thing about saying stuff to someone you care about, or even someone you don't, is you can take back things that you say by saying, okay, I take that back, I didn't mean it. But the way human psychology works is that person isn't ever really 100% going to believe you that you can take it back. My highest recommendation to you in most of life is there is a difference between what's in your brain, what's in your mind, and what it is appropriate to put out into the ether of reality for other people to hear. That doesn't mean you shouldn't be expressing yourself, but it means that some of the stuff that you're going to express yourself with is going to be really nasty stuff that if you were in a different frame of mind, you might be like, I don't really think like that at the bottom end of the rung. Like fundamentally, I disagree with what I said, which you can deal with yourself much easier than you can tell other people. Hey, remember that thing I told you was really nasty? I didn't mean the thing. Well, in the future, anytime you say anything, they're going to have to be like, is this a person who meant the thing or is this the person who didn't mean the thing? You generally want to have a good policy in your life for the most part of anything that really comes out of your mouth, especially as you get older and wiser, to be things only that you really mean and not things that you don't really mean. And so with this in mind, I'm talking to my wife. And as you guys probably can figure out if you've ever met me in real life, I go, man, I'm very verbose. I always got to find something to say. I can always stream of thought, anything, and it's no problem. I don't have to be silent. But the story here is I'm sitting on the couch with my wife and we're having our kind of contentious discussion, and I'm spending minutes, and I mean minutes, like plural, like 2 minutes after her question or response saying nothing. But we're still arguing. You guys ever seen someone argue like that? Where someone says like, well, okay, but like what I really want from you is X, Y, Z. What do you think? And the person who she's saying that to, they're like, but for 2 minutes. And I mean 120 seconds. Scott, people say like, I'll be back in a minute. They never mean a minute. They mean like 20.
Yes.
But like when someone said, yeah, and then he didn't say anything for 2 minutes, they usually mean like 10 seconds or something, which 10 seconds of pause in a conversation is a long time. 2 minutes is insane. Most people are like, are you still talking to me? That's how long in multiple conversations that summer that I had to take a pause. Why? Because I have that thing. I don't do it perfectly all the time, but I try. Never say anything you're going to want to take back, which means that all the stuff that pops into my head to want to say, if it's really important, and I'm not like on a podcast where you can't just pause for 2 minutes, and it's someone I care about more than pretty much everyone in this world, my wife, I'm not going to allow temporary drug-induced toxicity to spew at her face. I won't do it. And so she gave me some things to think about, and none of these were very mysterious things. But when you're on a lot of androgenic drugs, or at least when I was on a lot of them, all of the candidate hypotheses, all of the propositions where my brain goes, hey, buddy. I'm like, yeah. Brain's like, yeah, say this next. Try this, right? So you don't really so much come up with, you're not really the author of many of your thoughts. You're kind of just the editor. Like the thought bubble comes up and you're like, what would I say that for? Give me something else. And it's like, okay, what about this? You're like, too mean. What about that? And a lot of times you can have editorial control and actually select the good stuff, leave the bad stuff, and then get something to pop out of your mouth. But I was so up on so much androgenic steroid that all of the thoughts I had coming out of me, all the things I wanted to say were really nasty and evil. And I didn't really think them at the end of the day. I just felt them right then and there. Like some of the stuff that bubbled up to me was like, just straight up, fuck you. That was like a thought that was like, I should share this with her. Like she said all this meaningful shit that really was deep and really wanted like an intellectual response. And
Richard, I don't hide my past. Let's make you into an absolute closer. Vids of the day.
Let me take a look.
Hey everyone, you've all seen me mock flatter.
I have no interest.
Shrews are venomous.
Let me take a look.
Excuse me, I think your kid just bit my kid.
Oh, jeez. Jessica! Jessica, did you bite that boy? Oh, okay. Yeah, she didn't do it.
No, look at him, she clearly bit him.
I'm not gonna say that to him. Yeah. Okay. She says you're a poopy-faced liar.
Look, if I could just get your info, just in case my son ends up with rabies, that would be great.
We're running out of playgrounds, Jessica.
I didn't know shrews were venomous. Thanks for the donation, SV.
Hey guys, what's going on? It's Andy.
Jeez. I guess we can watch that.
Hello?
We're calling Primor.
Yeah, I could not fucking care less about Professor Dave reacting to Candace Owens. Just not worth my time. I'll watch some of this at least. If it's interesting, I'll watch the whole thing. I might watch this. I don't know, though. These videos are kind of long. Thanks for the donation, Closers and Legends. I just want to finish this video.
And my response was going to be like, you. Like, that's what my brain was like. This is a good idea. Try it. Because your brain gets wacky when you're on a lot of drugs. And it says, like, this is good. Be really violent or really aggressive. Really, but that's the wrong idea. The brain's like, I wish I had other ideas. That's just all I got right now, man. Like, because, enough testosterone and trying all that stuff just pushes on your amygdala to squirt out really nasty kind of neural priming to tell your top end networks to, like, spit out real nasty stuff. It happens in your thoughts. It happens in the things you say. Some of the other thoughts that came to mind was like, nope. She'd be like, what do you mean, no? No, this never happened because I never said these things. But it'd be like, just no. Just everything you have to say, no. And then, like, grandiose shit. Be like, don't you think I could just lie to you? Don't you think I could convince you of anything? Another one is like, why do I have to put up with this? I could just leave. We could just get a divorce. I could just go and I could never come back. I don't have to deal with any of this shit. Every thought with some version of nasty for 2 minutes straight until it could quiet the mind enough to be like, Isreatel, you got to say something. Really dig into your logic. What is logically true here? Because I want to say things heartfelt, things like, I hear you and I accept what you're saying. And I think you have a lot of correct shit that you're saying. But I don't feel any of that at the time. I feel hatred and anger and rage and rebelliousness. That's all I feel. And I know that's not the right thing. So the result is I just don't say anything. And my wife was like, why are you saying anything? And I'm like, everything I could say is bad. I don't want you in there. I don't want the toxicity spilling all over you. I don't want that for you. And she's like, okay, sit there a little longer, eventually get out some words. Usually when I talk to my wife, I talk to everyone, I can't shut the fuck up. And I'm plenty of nice things to say. It was not the case on a few occasions. And that's like really messed up. So it took someone like me who's typically very good at communicating in relationships, get the whole feminicide bullshit. I got all kinds of feelings. It's great. No more. Just hatred and anger and despair and just wanting to bring someone else down with me. That's what I really felt in my heart of hearts right then and there. So 2 pieces of insight. 1, androgenic steroids fuck you up. 2, not everything you feel in the moment is truly revealed wisdom about how you intend to be a person out in the world. So when people say things like always trust your instincts, like, that's probably some of the worst advice you can get. I'll say the vast majority of people that always trust their instincts are in jail. Someone rear-ends you, your instinct is to go out and just beat them to death. And some people try that sort of thing. That's what road rage is for. Remember, every instance of road rage is completely irrational. And so people who trust their feelings a lot, when they're really good people and they're mild-mannered, they go all the way through life just like blowing up on someone once or twice, no big deal. You throw androgens in the mix, anabolic steroids, and you're the wrong kind of person for that. All of a sudden, man, you're going to be thinking some thoughts that you're like, oh my God, this is not for public consumption. And that's a good thing. So you're going to have to zip the lip, get a little quieter, keep the shit to yourself. So say nice things, neutral things, thoughtful things, or nothing at all is generally good practice. I've absolutely not done that my entire life. When I do that, things go a lot better. So here's the deal. Those are the 3 scenarios. Am I unique? Does this kind of stuff only happen to me? It doesn't only happen to me, but I am very unique. Absolutely. I'm Russian. I have all kinds of demons in there. Some of them Russian demons, some of them just my demons. And so I have a real nasty streak. I have a real mean streak. You might have seen it before, me talking about some other folks back in the day. And so for me, some kinds of high dose androgens combined with very high stress makes me a real nasty person. And I'm also quite introspective, so I'm very aware of these things. So I can talk about them on podcasts and people go, holy shit, those guys up, and they're not wrong. So yes, I am unique, and a couple of the psychological effects of steroids affect me much worse than they do many other people. To that end, could you do anabolic steroids yourself and never get any of these downsides that I describe, this crazy psychological stuff and these big inflammatory events and all that jazz? Absolutely. It is very possible that you just never have to deal with it. Why? Responses are individual. Some people get more total side effects. Some people go completely, when you're thinking about, oh man, maybe they have contracts with major companies. Those companies don't like them talking about steroids because about it, how terrible it was. Some people have that voice in their head that's like, you're not doing so well. It's your time. So I'm not saying any of these things that I described or body. Just one company, there are no doubt many others, called Regeneron Pharmaceuticals, you can look it up, has a drug in stage 2 clinical trials, which means primates have used it and humans have used it and nobody died. They got amazing effects and now they're in stage 2 clinical trials. This drug is a combination of 2 drugs, a myostatin inhibitor and an activin inhibitor. And those 2 compounds are radical muscle growth blocking pathways in your body. The activin pathway.
I'm highly skeptical that myostatin blocking does anything at all for an adult human being. What are Regeneron? Regeneron... There's a thing on their website. It looks like this is being used for people with muscular dystrophy. I don't know if this is actually gonna build much muscle for anybody.
Myostatin pathway, like clamp down crazy muscle growth all the time, barely hanging on.
Regeneron is legit. Yeah, maybe. Like, I could be wrong. I've never heard of it, so... Maybe I'll just wait for this to come out, and if it actually does anything, I might just take that.
And these inhibitor drugs, 2 drugs in one vehicle at the same time, uncork both of those and give you radical muscle growth, some degree of muscle growth that is either comparable to steroids, or in most cases and at high enough doses, leaves steroids way behind. Here's the kicker. These drugs will be in public market, and at the latest, for the love of God, FDA, 2028, probably sooner, just a few years away, fellas. They're going to give you pure skeletal muscle hypertrophy with some probably curious side effects, a few people here in their experience, but fundamentally, an order magnitude less side effect and maybe almost none than anabolic steroids. They're going to have pretty much...
Damn. Alright, I guess I'll just wait then. I gotta take a shit really bad. I'll be right back. The poop is ready to come out. I'm back. Oh. I almost clogged the fucking toilet. I'm glad it actually went down. SV donated 777.
My wife told me to be more in touch with my feminine side. So I crashed the car. And then ignored her all day for no reason.
Oh, I get it.
My wife.
That's a good one. That's a good one. Thanks for the donation, SV. That's hilarious.
Either zero or no detectable psychological side effects. There, no liver value stuff, hardly ever, maybe at all. Blood pressure, all that stuff. This is not how those drugs work. They are almost pure muscle building and muscle saving drugs, and they're almost here. I started using steroids, more than a decade ago. It's the only thing that really worked to gain muscle once you were through your creatine. But these new drugs, and I've been talking about, they're inevitable, and now they're here. They're almost here. So if you see this video,
I really respect your perspective and was wondering if you're comfortable sharing thoughts on what's happening in Gaza. I personally see it as a genocide, but open to other views if I'm missing something.
There's no plausible case for a genocide, and it meets absolutely none of the requirements to be classified as a genocide. So there's no massive loss of life. I think the current total death estimates in Gaza are something like, what, 45,000 right now? That is relatively small. So, and most of those deaths are Hamas militants. Israel also has the best militant to civilian casualty ratio of any military engaged in urban warfare. So again, very, very low plausibility that a genocide is being committed. Chances are practically zero. The population in Gaza has actually increased since the beginning of the war. So again, if Israel's trying to exterminate Palestinians, they're literally worse at it than any other country has been at it. Like what the Nazis were able to exterminate roughly 10 million people, 6 million of them being Jews. Israel has F-35 fighter jets, nuclear bombs. They get weapon shipments from the United States. They have very, very high-powered explosives. They could have turned Gaza into a parking lot if they wanted to. So, if they're actually trying to commit a genocide, they're literally worse at it than any other country or nation or anything in history. On top of that, they have successfully facilitated humanitarian aid. I've never heard of anyone trying to commit a genocide that has facilitated humanitarian aid. Have you ever heard of the Nazis sending out aid shipments to Jews to prevent them from starving? No. The genocide claims are just absolutely fucking ridiculous. There's no basis for any of these genocide claims. It's just anti-Semitism. The only people who are promoting the, genocide claim, they're just retarded. They're retarded anti-Semites. I just got a new bicycle chain. The old one I had snapped. This isn't an e-bike rated chain, but this was the only one that I could get within, like, the next few days. The only other ones I could get would take like a week or two to get here, so. But thanks for the donation, Anonymous. Appreciate it. SV donated
They
666.
did an experiment with a group of women, and they put scars on their faces, and they told these women that they're going into a job interview, and the purpose of the experiment is to find out whether people with facial disfigurements face discrimination. They showed them the scars in the mirror. The women saw themselves with these scars, and as they led them out of the room, they said, we're just going to touch it up a little bit. And as they touched it up, they removed the scarring completely. So the women went into the job interview thinking that they are scarred, but actually being their normal selves. And the result of the experiment is that those women then came back reporting massively increased level of discrimination. Indeed, many of them came back with comments that the interviewer had made that they felt were referencing their facial disfigurements. And this is why I think this ideology of victimhood is so dangerous, because if you preach to people constantly that we're all oppressed, then that primes people to look for that.
Yep. You're just turning people into crazy, delusional, whiny babies when you promote that kind of ideology. Thanks for the donation, though, SV.
You're an older person, you should be wise enough to know what the right thing is. If you're a younger person, just wait. Just wait. And just in a few years or less, we'll have these non-androgenic anabolic drugs, non-side effect having pure muscle growth drugs. And they're going to do to muscle gain what Ozempic and tirzepatide and retatrutide, those drugs that make you eat less, the modern weight loss drugs, what they did to people's weight loss, you just take the shot and all of a sudden you kind of lose as much weight as you want, sort of. That is going to happen with muscle. It is going to be beautiful, and you won't need to mess with crazy, toxic, sometimes not toxic, sometimes very toxic anabolic and androgenic steroids like I did. You don't want to end up like me. The YouTube fame is fun and all, but look at my hairline. What hairline, you might ask?
Free, Gaza, thanks for the perspective. If not a genocide, do you see what's happening in Gaza and the West Banks as apartheid?
No, that claim is also retarded, so... Palestinians living in the West Bank don't have Israeli citizenship, and they don't live within Israel. So, comparing it to the apartheid is fucking retarded. It's basically like saying the United States is an apartheid regime because Mexicans can't vote in U.S. elections. Like, yeah, they're Mexican. They live in Mexico. They can't cross the border freely. They can't vote in U.S. elections. That's because they're Mexican, not American. Same basic idea. And the reason why there's so much hostility and shit in the West Bank is because Palestinians keep committing terror attacks. You can look at, what's his name? Masab? What's his last name? He was the son of the previous Hamas leader. He used to live in the West Bank, and when he was growing up as a kid, there was never any security checkpoints. He could always travel back and forth between Israel, no problem. Then when the Palestinians started committing terror attacks out of the West Bank, then, guess what? For security reasons, they put up all these security checkpoints. Palestinians weren't able to travel freely. They had to get permission to go into Israel and shit. So they've created their own set of problems. Like, what do you expect Israel to do when these people are crazy, unhinged lunatics and they commit terror attacks? It's fucking retarded. So, no. It doesn't meet the definition of apartheid. Thanks for the donation, though, Anonymous.
Exactly. And I'll see you guys next time.
All right, that's interesting.
Elliot, in this video, I'm going to blow your mind. Now, you guys know in every single YouTube video I drop, I say, guys, it's Andy Elliott. Text me, 918-210-0254. Ask me any question, I'll help you. Well, I get flooded with...
I just say there are plausible cases of war crimes, but that it's not worth crying over, especially when Hamas commits them every day with potshots and torturing dissidents. Israel has stopped aid since March, which I think is bad and should be reversed.
It's my understanding they haven't completely stopped aid. They only stopped providing aid to certain regions that they're trying to evacuate. So why would they send aid trucks to people who are refusing to evacuate? It just doesn't make any sense. So they're evacuating civilians and they're trying to bring them into humanitarian safe zones. Some people are refusing to move, so they're not getting aid. And like, yeah, I mean, no shit. There's gonna be war crimes committed in every fucking war. Here's the fucking fundamental problem. Everyone complaining about Israel and what they're doing, they're retarded, dumbass fucking children who don't know anything about warfare. And they also don't know anything about, like, just basic military strategy, common practices among military forces. And then when they see some of the, like, this combat footage, oh my god, how could they do that? They shot at a car. Well, that car was going near, Israeli armor, and Hamas hides themselves as civilians, and they try to get close to armored vehicles so that they can blow them up. So that's why they'll shoot at civilian vehicles. And then you have these retards online fucking saying, genocide, war crimes, when, like, they have no fucking clue what they're talking about. Thanks for the donation, though, retard.
You're wrong. It is a genocide. It is apartheid. No humanitarian aid has gotten anything to Gaza. It's all been faked. Can you please stop spreading Zionist propaganda?
What is this stupid horseshit?
Sick. This video was reportedly a group of men inside of Gaza after they had received an aid truck to a warehouse. In what was labeled in Hebrew as white sugar, they were inspecting the bags. They were searching for bugs, and that's when they noticed. Every single bag was filled with sand. He throws them onto the ground one after the other, and the sand goes flying. And I don't think you understand how sadistic this was. Not just that.
Okay, I don't... That's great. So some random video that can't be geolocated, and you can't actually determine whether or not it was actually sugar or whether or not it was actually sand. Like, you know, there's different types of sugar that are, like, brown colored and shit. Like, I have no idea. I have no idea how to determine if that video is real or fake or what's going on. Who knows what the fucking context is? By the way, Hamas steals these aid shipments. So it could very well be the case that Hamas stole an aid shipment, filled it with sand, actually stole the product. Who the fuck knows? I don't take any of this random shit on Instagram seriously. Thanks for the donation, dumbass.
Text messages every single day, hundreds, sometimes even thousands. And the same question comes up every time. Andy, can you help me close this deal? Andy, what would you say in this scenario? Andy, I'm in this industry. I have this objection. What would you say here? I've had so many people say, Andy, I wish I could just call you and put you in front of my customer on the phone and have you close them. And now it's possible. I know. I've literally cloned my mind. This isn't Chat GPT. This isn't some AI bot. This is Andy Elliott, 25 plus years, every sales objection, every industry, every situation, every scenario. I've uploaded all of it to the cloud through the years, and now I've cloned my own mind. I just released the Andy Elliott Digital Mind. I've been creating this for the last 2 years. I'm gonna give this to you guys for free. There's gonna be a link below down in the description box. You guys are gonna be able to go down here. You're gonna be able to role play with it for free. I want you to beat it up. I want you to give it your nastiest objection. He doesn't have enough energy to play with his kids. These are all the things that I want you to help me sell it with empathy. I want you to make him feel the pain of staying.
All right, here's how you hit him. First, you got to make him feel the weight of staying the same. Say this, man, I get it. $5,000 sounds like a lot, but let me ask you something. What's it costing you to stay where you are? Not just in dollars, but in your life, your energy, your confidence, your kids looking up to you, your wife feeling that spot.
Sound.
Yeah, whatever. Okay, there's no point reacting
Motors,
to that.
how may I help you?
Hey, how's it going?
Go
Hear me? Can you hear me? whoa. I was muted. Someone is not happy.
Calling Motors, how may I help you?
Hey, how's it going? I'm trying to get a little bit of information about one of the vehicles on the webpage to see if it's still available. I'm looking at that GMC Sierra.
Okay, yes.
It's looking nice. It's looking like a snack.
Still have it. As of right now, it is still available. Not sure.
Not anymore, because I'm buying it, brother. It ain't gonna be available no more. Oh man! You just got here. Hi. We've had this scammer since yesterday, caught up in our fake Bitcoin platform. So, question for you. I do have all the money. It's just that part of it is in cryptocurrency. There's like this service I use. It's like a way to easily send coins to people.
Yeah, the thing is that we haven't used that before. So
it's fine, brother. It's fine. I'll give you the receipt. It's like a maze. It's impossible to get the Bitcoin. The Bitcoin doesn't exist. It's super convenient. Oh my God, it's convenient.
Okay, no problem. Thank you.
One of the features we just added is to prove that they're not a robot. They have to say the words, I am not a robot. In order to do that, they have to give us microphone access.
You should have a PIN number. Yeah, if you could just refresh your dashboard, you should be able to get to it.
Give me a second.
Yeah, go ahead. A little thing pops up and says, this website is trying to record your microphone. Would you like to give it access? I thought of something. If I force him to refresh now, then it's going to ask him to prove he's not a robot with his microphone. And then he might go for it because he's on the phone with me.
No robots allowed.
Oh, he turned his microphone access on and he muted the phone and he said, I am not a robot.
I had to put you on a short mute because I had to do the I'm not a robot verification.
Oh, the robot. Yeah, that's fine. That happens sometimes. It's just one more way we keep your funds safe.
Of course. I get that 100%.
The goal is if we can listen to his microphone, we might hear him talking to other potential victims, which I think would be sick. Do kids still say that?
If I could say one more thing, Manny, if you keep your dashboard open, that's the other suggestion I tell people. Keep the dashboard open and that'll help.
As long as the dashboard's open, I can listen to his conversations.
All right, I understand. I'll try to do that. Again, if I have any other problems or questions, I'll give you a call, okay?
Okay. All right, take care now.
You too. Thanks.
Okay.
I don't have time right now. What do you think about Eric Bugenhagen doing acupuncture and cupping for recovery?
It's retarded. It does absolutely nothing. And cupping is very dangerous. You can actually kill your skin and get an infection and shit. Cupping is probably one of the most retarded, dumbass, stupid things you can possibly do.
Not trying to be difficult, I generally agree with the vast majority of Israel's actions. But I do think that it's a full blockade on Gaza, at least from the articles I've read. Avi post from April 29th.
Okay, I'll take a look. Thanks for the donation, retard. Oh, yeah, so acupuncture has no efficacy whatsoever, and cupping not only has zero efficacy, but it's potentially dangerous. Technically, acupuncture can be dangerous. Most people don't ever have any issues from it, though, but cupping is just absolutely fucking retarded. Like, you have to be a fucking dumbass. If you want to heal and recover from injury, the basic things are, like, get actual rest, don't aggravate the injuries, make sure you get enough sleep, get good nutrition. If you want to use some sort of chemical enhancement, there's peptides like BPC-157, and that's a peptide that's not banned by WADA. There's TB500, there's a couple other healing peptides. You can take growth hormone, and you can even, just do steroids. Steroids will accelerate recovery. Why in the fuck would you do something that has no proven efficacy and has potential downsides when you could do something that has proven efficacy and few to zero downsides? It's just dumb. So you have to be a genuine idiot to get acupuncture or some shit. I see fucking people on steroids even doing acupuncture and cupping. That chick Vladislava Galegan, who's on steroids, and she admits she's on steroids. She's a female bodybuilder. She does that crap. Why? You're on drugs. You think that is going to do anything more than the drugs you're taking? It's just out of this world retarded. March 2nd, 2025, entry of all goods and supplies to Gaza Strip was halted. On the same day, estimated how long it would take for food to run out. to the point where there would be widespread starvation, substantially greater than scattered cases of vulnerable demographic starvation deaths. Conservative estimate time frame was 10 weeks from the start date of this policy. 8 weeks later, is now reported that senior defense officials fear that the aid currently in Gaza will run out in about 3 weeks from now, 11 weeks from start date. Not sure what model they're using for this estimate. Heck, it's possible they're relying on my model estimates, and the reporting delay accounts for 1 week discrepancy. It's also possible we just happen to independently model the same or nearly same estimate. Either way, there is conservatively only several weeks left to implement a system that meaningfully, even if not perfectly, isolates civilian from militant prior to aid entries before larger scale consequences to civilian population and hostages. Figure it out, get it done. All right. Well, I don't know what they're planning to do, but yeah, I guess they gotta figure something out. Thanks for the donation, retard.
By this logic, should the black slave owners that enslaved other blacks get money too?
In California, it has gone out of committee to approve slave reparations to be paid to people who were never slaves, to be paid for by people who never owned slaves. In a state
Rob Schneider's a genuine fucktard
that never had slaves. That's like paying child support for a child you never had to a woman you never fucked. In California.
That's great. I don't know where he got the idea that California never had slaves. But Rob Schneider's a fucking idiot, dude.
I have a little work to do. I'm trying to solve
Thanks
some
for the
problems around here.
donation,
And if I
SB.
succeed, I'm the boss.
Last night, he was on hold for an hour and 15 minutes, but we heard the other side.
Whether it's good or bad, I want you to talk to me constantly, non-stop.
I don't know for sure who he was talking to. I don't know if he was trying to pull off like a romance scam with someone, or if he was like talking to his long-distance love interest.
I can say it with my hand on my heart, and as honestly as I can. And I told you I'm honest. I don't want it to end.
It was in Romanian, but he was like on hold for an hour or two the other night. They're recording voice messages back to each other. I transcribed all of it. And he's like,
I love dirty talk.
they're talking about some kind of not safe for work stuff, which is kind of uncomfortable. But it's like while he's on hold, so as he's talking about like, oh, you're so hot or whatever, it'll be like,
to prevent automated calls, please let me know you're still there by saying purple porcupine.
Purple porcupine.
I didn't hear anything. Let's try again.
It's kind of funny because like in the middle of it, he's also on hold.
Fucking hell.
Okay, he says, our billing department spent 2 hours yesterday trying to confirm the transaction. With that in mind, we advise you to cancel it. Well, let's give him a call. I don't know what I'm going to say, though. Before that, I want to talk about today's sponsor, Aura. For 2 years now, I've tried...
It was just boring. Somebody sent me this horse shit.
Going this route to save money, it's like, it just seems utterly brutal and ridiculous to expel someone for wanting to optimize their health and, optimize their hormone system, because the endocrine system is the ultimate evil, right? It's like in this clown world, you touch a receipt at Walmart and suddenly you're, touching types of, xenoestrogens and phytoestrogens and all this different stuff, like brutalizing your natural hormones, which is why I'm done with this. I'm starting TRT, so it's like, ultimately that got me kicked out of university, along with some of the other nefarious things that I've posted on LooksMax forums. So it's extremely unfortunate that happened.
I don't know why, but some people fucking send me videos to react to and they don't. It's just random shit that they never watch themselves. And they have no idea, like, it's good to watch, and then sometimes they get mad at me for not watching it. It's like, why the fuck would I watch this?
About unleashing Mrs. Wilson on the world like this?
No, but she is the only Wilson on the panel that I claim. I'm just pointing it out.
Is there anything you do? I mean, do you put the bins out? Do you the trash out? I mean, what do you do anything?
I don't do shit.
The piece of shit that you're married to. Yeah, he clearly doesn't respect you.
Oh,
he sits there and makes jokes about how he married you. He doesn't do shit around the house because that's why you married him.
Clementine, do all lives matter?
You do know what? All lives do matter.
Thank you. And that's controversial, but the one terrible thing you found I've ever said, you completely agree with. Clementine, do you hate men?
No, of course I don't hate men.
Why in 2020 did you tweet the coronavirus isn't killing men fast enough?
I tweeted that in 2020 as a misguided tweet.
Apologize to men again. Do it again.
This is honestly one of the most absurd conversations I've ever had in my life.
White House press secretary.
She got caught. What a fucking idiot.
Caroline Levitt is rarely out of the spotlight. That's her job, after all. For what it's worth, she seems to be very good at it. But a behind-the-scenes photograph posted by a colleague for Mother's Day in America has divided opinion, even among a generally appreciative MAGA base. 16 million people saw this candid snap of Levitt in the White House, seemingly holding a baby son in one arm while, quotes, owning the libs, close quotes, with the other. A lot of those people applauded her as a super mom. Many others criticised her for aping conservative family values while actually promoting a feminist myth about women who can have it all. That might seem a bit harsh, but the MAGA movement she's part of has made big inroads in popularity.
Israel is wanting to pawn off aid distribution to the US, who is trying to get involved in aid distribution with private contractors and are ready to go, and may start by the end of the month. The UN and other orgs reject the plan, not sure why though.
The UN is a fucking joke. They're just a bunch of anti-Semites. I think they don't want that to happen because Trump is talking about owning Gaza, so it probably has something to do with that, if I had to guess. But the UN is a complete fucking joke. They've hated Israel from day one. Thanks for the donation, retard.
Culture by promoting the return of traditional gender roles. Here she is talking about masculinity back in 2023.
A man is someone who stands up for his family, provides for those that he loves, and contributes to his community. A great example, helping an elderly woman with her groceries, helping a neighbor or a friend, putting others before yourself. That's the definition of a man. I'm proud to have so many strong men in my life, 2 older brothers, a great father. We love men, we need men, and as women, Jen, we should not be afraid to say that.
Well, there's undeniably been a huge backlash to the whole era of demoralising all men as miniature Harvey Weinsteins with ambitions that are wickedly patriarchal. Coincidentally, you can read about how that's going on in my upcoming new book, Woke is Dead. Has there ever been a better time for a book called Woke is Dead? But where does the renaissance of masculine men leave the women? We thought it was a very good idea. Andrew Wilson was extolling the virtues of a more limited female role in a previous debate on Uncensored when a shocked Emily Austin said this.
Are you
Yeah, I'm
married?
married. How do you make married with many children?
Is your
How
wife
about
happy?
You married with children? Oh, she's ecstatic.
No, I'm 23.
She's
I'm
gonna
a boss
bring me-
lady girl, which seems to
Yeah.
be driving you crazy.
Yeah.
Working, making
I'm just
money,
pointing
waiting
out,
for the right guy to
the
come
only
along.
thing you have no arguments. You just try to assault me personally.
Well, Andrew Wilson's apparently ecstatic wife, Rachel, got in touch on X and told me she'd like to participate in our next debate. And so she will. She'll be joining us alongside an all-new panel of boss lady girls. Well, joining me now is the host of Crucible, Andrew Wilson, Andrew's wife and author of Occult Feminism, The Secret History of Women's Liberation, Rachel Wilson, Emily.
Good Trump should own Gaza just so it can become secular.
Well, I don't know if Trump would be the right person for the job, but he'd at least be better than Hamas. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Emily Wilson, no relation, from Emily Saves America, and the feminist writer and author of I Don't, The Case Against Marriage, Valentine Ford. So welcome to all of you. Andrew, great to have you back on Uncensored. Are you remotely apprehensive about unleashing Mrs. Wilson on the world like this?
No, but she is the only Wilson on the panel that I claim. I'm just pointing it out.
Everyone seems to be either called Wilson or Emily in this debate, in this two-header. Rachel, welcome to Uncensored. You reached out to me on X and very boldly said, if you want to debate this properly, get me on. You're here. How are you feeling about this?
Well, thank you for having me, Piers, and thank you, Andrew, for unchaining me from the stove just long enough to appear today. I got a day pass from the patriarchy. I have
Patriarchy is
permission.
benevolent.
It's so true. Yeah, so I'm very happy to be here. People love to attack my husband via me.
I think his wife might be a little crazy. I was talking to her for a bit, and she's actually in favor of the idea of taking away women's rights to vote.
like the favorite way to do that. So I thought, why not come on and talk to people myself?
So look, Rachel, let's just cut to the quick. A lot of Andrew's critics, not me, a lot of his critics say that he's an obvious, blatant misogynist. He thinks all women should be, kept at home, working away on the stove, the housework, whatever it may be, and know their place in life. You are actually married to him. You've been subject of mockery inadvertently through the last debate we had about this, for having to endure being his wife. What is it like being married?
Yo, does BPC or TB500 have to come in liquid form? Are these capsules they sell on Amazon legit or cap? Hope you're having a good one.
Buddy, you're a actual literal retard if you're ordering this shit from Amazon. So, you have to inject it. You can't take this orally. So BPC works by causing angiogenesis, and you have to inject it in the site that you want angiogenesis to occur. So, I think if you take it in oral form, it either does nothing or it might have benefits for your stomach or gut. But if you're using it to recover from like an injury or prevent an injury, you have to inject it. And it's going to come in a powder, and you have to use bacteriostatic water and reconstitute it and then inject it. So you can't get that on Amazon. You're out of your fucking mind if you'd ever order something like that on Amazon. TB500's different. It works systemically, but you still have to inject it. So you inject it intramuscularly. But it's the same thing. It comes in a powder and you have to reconstitute it with bacteriostatic water. Thanks for the donation, Pooterman.
To Andrew Wilson.
Well, it's pretty awesome. I mean, he's hilarious. He's a really smart guy. He's very charming. And most of all, he's a great dad and a great husband. And I share his worldview, so I would agree. In fact, I would say I would probably be the more bitter misogynist out of the two of us. If you really had to, like, pick one, it would probably be me. So.
Really? Why do you say that?
Did you know that the super smart and rational Asmongold tried to solve his back issues with chiropractic medicine? He also said diet sodas are bad, quoting Trump's tweet where Trump said he has not seen a single skinny person drinking diet soda.
I think the cockroaches have actually wiggled inside his ears and eaten away his fucking brain, dude. That is some of the most retarded fucking shit I've ever heard. That is like genuine dumb fuck retard shit. Thanks for the donation though, smart Asman. SV donated $3.30.
Is a man less of a man if he can't change a flat tire?
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah. Is a woman less of a woman if she can't cook a meal from scratch? Is
Yep. Well, there you go. You know, it really shows you, though, women are fucking entitled, judgmental cunts. Like, again, they'll say, oh, a man isn't a man if he can't do this, can't do that, and then, okay, so can you cook a meal from scratch? Does that make you less of a woman? Like, they're just worthless idiots who can't do anything, do nothing, and then expect everyone else to do everything for them for no reason because they're just fucking entitled. But, thanks for the donation, SV. The only comparable group of men would have to be, like, the weirdo incel community. Like, there are incel men who literally think they just deserve to get laid for no reason. And a lot of these dudes are, like, fat, ugly, no job, live with their parents, and then they're like, why aren't girls having sex with me? Like, that's the only comparable group, but, like, everyone knows they're fucking losers. Like, no one is trying to cope for incels and say, oh, poor incels or something. Like, everyone recognizes them as losers. But when women do the same thing, act entitled, but they're broke, they make no money, and then the only way they get money or anything is by literally just weaseling money away from, like, their boyfriends or going on dates to get free food and shit. Oh, well, that's just what women do. Women are supposed to be losers, I guess. It's retarded.
I just think that feminism has absolutely destroyed so much of what I hold dear in life, and it's held me back more than it's helped me. It's one of the reasons I started looking into the history and investigating it for myself.
No, it has not been harder to make gains after 30. I was 33 when I benched 410, and I made the most progress I've ever had after 30, so no.
And I think it's just created a world where we now have a two-income economy, and for women like me who do want to prioritize motherhood, it makes it extremely hard. It just makes it financially difficult. I face tons of social pressure I had my first daughter at 20, wanted to stay home. Everyone around me, even the so-called Christian conservative women, told me it was a terrible idea. You can't do that. You have to bring the baby to daycare. You're going to put yourself at risk. You know, your husband's going to hurt you. You're going to be abused if you don't have your own money and your own career. And I think it's backwards. I think it's the most inefficient, stupid thing we've ever come up with. And that in the future, people will look back at the feminist experiment as a goofy time in history where we tried this wild experiment that failed miserably, and thank God it's over.
Wow. Okay. Well, Clementine Ford, I'm sure that you agree with every word of that, don't you?
Some birds are tricked into raising cuckoo bird eggs because the cuckoos sneak their egg into their nest.
Mom, Dad, I had a nightmare that Robert was trying to hurt me.
Oh, sweetie, Robert's your twin brother. He would never hurt you.
I also had the bad dreams, Mommy.
Oh, both my poor boys. Daddy's gonna take you back to bed, and I promise I'll have pancakes for you both in the morning.
I don't want to be alone with him.
And I don't want to be up in 2 hours to go to work. But sometimes one person wants to focus on their music career, and another person wants to have kids.
Good night, Papa.
Good night, boys.
More pancake for me.
That's a good one. Thanks for the donation, SV.
Firstly, I'm very glad that you're happily married. It's great. You know, a lot of women are not happily married and they find it very difficult to leave marriages, particularly because of the financial strain. So good for you. I do think that your historical understanding of feminism is extremely skewed. The idea that somehow we have only created a two-income household because feminism has tried to destroy the world is historically inaccurate, in large part. Well, firstly, you're also talking about feminism from your very when I say limited, I'm not trying to insult you, but the limited perspective of feminism in America and the understanding of the economy in America. It's not taking into account the global reality of the fact that women have always worked, women still continue to work. Women, for the most part, produce the majority of the world's underpaid, if drastically underpaid labor. When you talk about a two-income household being somehow instituted by feminism, you're failing to take into account that even in America, the glamorization of this golden age of marriage in the 1950s to the early 1960s, which the marriage historian Stephanie Coots calls the long decade, this coincided with an increase in women in the workplace. So it's not as if there was this golden age where married women weren't working. For a lot of that, actually, the labor that is required to support the middle class has always been relied on for poor and disenfranchised women, largely in America, black women.
Look,
for a start.
let
me just finish.
We have to speed things up a little bit.
And the economy. The downturn in the economy, the boom that happened after the Second World War was unsustainable. It was a wonderful time between around 1940 to 1974, white working class men in particular, and then it began to decline
I have a question
rapidly.
for you.
One of the reasons why women had to go into the workforce was because they had to help support their families.
Okay, I have a question for you, Clementine. It's a very simple question, but I think it'll be an interesting question to ask you. What is a woman?
Piers, I'm not going down the path of debating trans women with you.
I didn't mention trans women. I asked you what a woman is.
Okay, I'll tell you. I know that because this is your tactic. This is what you do. What is?
Oh my god, who fucking cares? Crazy, donate $2. Let me see. That was terrible. Thank you for that. Appreciate the donation, Crazy.
Is a woman. I'll tell you what a woman is. I'll tell you what a woman is. A woman is someone who has at least at one point in her life felt scared of a man.
Sorry?
So
you never. But you guys.
So, I guess Tupac Shakur was a woman because he was scared of rival gang members who shot him.
So
wait, hang on.
You guys
That's
ever
the
want to talk
dumbest thing I've
about
ever heard.
that?
So any man who's ever felt afraid of another man is a woman?
No.
What are you talking
That's
about?
not what I'm saying.
This is exactly why you're wearing that shirt that says repeal. You should put the 19th under it. It's unbelievable. What are you talking about? A woman? Anybody who has ever at one point been afraid of a man? It's the stupidest thing I've ever heard. Do you have an?
Well, this is why people don't take feminists seriously.
Actual argument here?
Would you let me finish speaking? Or
How long is it going to take for you to finish? How long is it going to take for you to finish?
Yes, do you really just invite people on your show to be interrupted like this?
Well, Clementine, look, all due respect, we did do a bit of research into what you said about me in the past, so I think I'm entitled to give you...
So you already know what I think about that question, because I've written about you asking that question.
Yes, you have. In fact...
No, they are not biological woman, nor are they really men. They are their own thing entirely in my eyes.
Trans women are trans women, you know, like, I don't know why this is so stupid. Like, this whole conversation is just always made in bad faith. No one's saying trans women are biological women. They're their own category. It's just a different category of woman. Like, oh my god, it's just so dumb. Like, bro, especially now with technology the way it is, when you literally can't tell the difference between a trans woman and a cis woman, why are we still having this fucking conversation? Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
In fact, you said, like all of
So
the
why
big...
would you ask it again when you know what my
I'm just
answer to
to
that
enlighten
is?
the audience who have no idea what you're talking about,
Okay.
or me. Like all of the bigots, that's me apparently, currently jumping on the transphobic shuttle to Ding Dong Station. Morgan wants you to believe this is about fairness and equality, specifically fairness and equality in women's sports. That was exactly what it was about. And the problem is, Clementine, with all due respect to you, the reality is...
I doubt it. I doubt it's coming with due
I'll treat you with
respect,
perfect respect. But your inability to just simply state what a woman actually is, particularly given 2 weeks ago in the UK, the Supreme Court made it very clear that a woman is a biological female. That's it. It's a scientific fact. The fact that you can't answer that is part of the problem.
I'd like to know, the thing is that I would like to know why you, in particular, are so obsessed with this definition of what a woman is. Firstly, how does it impact you in any way? Secondly,
I have a
I can tell
13-year-old
you
daughter.
as a woman...
I have a 13-year-old daughter. And if my 13-year-old daughter decides she wants to compare...
you as a
You ask me a
woman,
question. You ask me a question. I'm going to answer you. Well, if you don't want an answer, don't ask me a question. Here's my answer to your question. I have a 13-year-old...
You won't let
I have
me
a
answer.
13-year-old daughter. I have 7 nieces. Right, and some of them
You're
are very.
a real expert then,
So,
I'm
if I
gonna
may
guess.
answer your question, some of them are very good at sport. Right, the idea that they would one day have their dream of potentially an Olympic place or a Team GB place, whatever it may be, a World Championship place, taken from them by a biological male, I think is completely outrageous. And by the way, so does most of the world now, which is why there's been a reversing, screeching U-turn on this particular subject. But I come back to my question to you: your inability to say what a woman is, and yet here you are lecturing women on how they should behave as women. It's completely perverse.
I think that reducing women, specifically to your biological deciding of what you think a woman is,
It's called science. It's their chromosomes. You have different chromosomes to me. It's not me saying that. I'm not writing.
I'm sure you're not the first.
I'm not
I'm not the first person. I'm sure I'm not the first person to tell you about intersex people. So how do you?
I'm not
what do
talking
you
about
do with
intersex
someone?
people.
No, this is
how
all
do you
wrong anyway.
define-
The intersex is not
how
a
do you
third
define-
sex. It's not a third sex. That's ridiculous. There is no third sex. There's 2 sexes, male, female, categorized scientifically. Intersex is not a third sex. Anybody can look that up in 5 seconds.
Yeah, it's not a third sex, but it's a bimodal distribution. It's a mix of both.
Total lie. How did you not know that, by the way? How did you not know intersex is not a third sex?
I didn't say that intersex with a third
You did.
sex. But
Yeah,
intersex
that's exactly
people
what the implication
exist,
was.
and intersex people have can have a mixture of chromosomes. So if you
Are you
present
saying they're third
to the
sex or
world,
aren't you?
if you
Are you
present
saying
to the
they're-
world as
They don't have a mixture of chromosomes, they have a mixture of sexual traits.
If they're not a third sex, then you have no argument here. Do you understand that? If what he's saying is
why
this
are
is
you
what is
so
objective.
obsessed
This
with
is
trans
what,
women?
Yeah,
Why
I'll
are you
tell
so
you.
obsessed
I don't need.
Why are you so
I
obsessed
don't
with
need. I'm
defining
gonna answer
trans
the
women?
question. I don't need.
For a start.
Yeah.
No,
I'll
everyone has
tell you.
interrupted me. Let me speak for
You
a
just
moment.
asked a question.
Let me speak for a moment.
Oh my god, she's literally spoken for longer than anyone else on the fucking panel. Like, let me speak, stop interrupting me, let me... Like, she doesn't even say anything, she just spouts nonsense.
I keep asking
Let me speak
questions,
for a moment.
Clementine, and then latching to allow people to answer. If
Yeah,
you
so
don't
I'll
want
answer
to
the
answer,
question.
don't ask a question.
Holy
The truth about
fuck.
the problem is feminists in particular, I've noticed, feminists have latched on over the last few years to this idea that if anybody raised any concerns about the way the trans lobby was trying to make things unequal, unfair, and unsafe for actual women, then they were immediately transphobic. I kept saying, I want trans people to have the exact same rights to fairness, equality, and safety as me or you. However, what was happening was women's rights were being eroded, so that things were not fair, they weren't equal, and they weren't safe. And we saw absolute parodies of this in the Olympics, in the boxing ring, where people who have been banned from the World Championships because they apparently reported...
Here, he's repeating the same misinformation. There's no evidence that that woman who competed in Olympic boxing was trans.
positive for male chromosomes were getting in the ring and beating women up in the ring. And so...
There's no evidence she tested positive for male chromosomes.
A woman's going to die if this was allowed to carry on. So now people have stopped it. Now sporting bodies around the world have stopped it. But you, Clementine, I say this respectfully, are still flying the flag.
And by the way, testing positive for male chromosomes wouldn't disqualify you from any sports competitions. Again, the chromosomal test is not a definitive test to determine sex. You can be female sex, but have a Y chromosome. Like, Piers has no fucking clue what he's talking about.
BrettTube cuckold who posts a video every 3 months cries about putting himself in massive debt trying to be famous on YouTube, begs for financial support. Click on the GoFundMe in the description lol.
Hey everyone.
He barely uploads, and his videos have 0 production value.
Ian from Innuendo Studios here. Be permanent. Well, you've seen the title of the video, so that is not,
How does he have 500,000 subs? They have to be botted. He's barely uploaded anything. How is he... This is weird. I don't understand how he's been able to get this many views. Is some of this shit just botted? 57k likes. 12k. I don't know, maybe he just gets a lot of views for some reason.
hyperbole. It's not strictly speaking true. Like bankruptcy is only one of several options right now, but it is a very real and likely possibility. Your credit card debt, or but if making ends meet is supposed to entail things like being able to settle up your credit card debt or settle up personal loans you take from friends and loved ones, or being able to pay the 30% in taxes that freelancers own every April, taking a full account.
What does he mean 30% tax? There's a marginal tax rate. He's just making this up.
I have been running this channel at a loss for 7 years. And
that is complete horseshit. He's lying. This guy spent money on... Oh my god. What? Dude. Now I get it. Okay. It's all a grift. That's why they do it. All this communist bullshit, they just realize there's an audience that'll just give them money for no fucking reason. This guy barely ever uploads YouTube videos. Clearly, if you just quickly look at any of his fucking videos, like, I mean, they're less than 15 minutes in length. There's no production value whatsoever. A lot of them just use still images
for the sake
with really shitty doodle arts. And it's just video clips or still images. It's nothing. And he barely uploads. Like maybe once every 3, 4, 5 months. This requires no time and effort whatsoever. And clearly this guy is just bad with money. He probably like bought a car that he couldn't afford, or like did some stupid shit, cocaine hookers. And then these fucking idiots give him $155,000 fucking dollars. What the fuck?
Between back taxes I owe the government, a maxed out credit card that is in collections, and money I owe to a few people who've bailed me out, I have a total accumulated debt that is...
He's lying about the taxes that he has to pay, by the way. He would only be paying a 30% marginal tax rate if his income is very high. And that's also assuming he's not able to make any deductions. So, I don't know where he lives. I know in Canada, like, you have to be making a lot of fucking money to pay a 30% tax rate. Marginal tax rate, Ontario. Calculator. Yeah, so for federal taxes, you have to be making between $173,000 to $246,000 to pay a 29% marginal tax rate. And it's only until you get over $246,000 are you paying a 33% tax rate. So you're not paying anywhere near 30% if you're making, peanuts, basically. So, like, this guy is making good money if he's paying that kind of fucking tax rate. Again, I don't know where he lives, but I think it's a self-employed rate. I don't think he's capping about it. That doesn't fucking matter. You're still not paying that kind of tax rate, whether you're self-employed or not. The tax rate might be different if you're self-employed, but you have to be making good fucking money in order to pay a marginal tax rate that high. So this guy is just full of shit, and he's bad with his money, and he's just made really stupid decisions. Whatever. Everybody... You know what? He can... If people want to give him money, it's their choice. He can... It works for him, I guess. Thanks for the donation, retard. SV donated $4.20. Let me see.
A paper warning us about creating mirror life on Earth. Think the Petri dish version of the Upside Down. Many biomolecules have right or left-handed versions. Billions of years ago, a handful of these molecules started replicating, and all life branched out from that early template, retaining the same structural orientation. That's why all DNA on Earth is right-handed, while all proteins use left-handed amino acids.
Well, if it isn't the leftorium.
Now imagine flipping that orientation. In the lab, we can create mirror versions of these life-building blocks, a mirror image of the tree of life. This isn't without danger. Take thalidomide. The right-handed version is a sedative, but when manufacturers accidentally produce the left-handed version, it caused tens of thousands of catastrophic birth defects. On one side, harnessing this mirrored chemistry might yield breakthroughs in medicine or devastate life on Earth.
Huh, interesting. Thanks for the donation, SV. I didn't know that.
Why should trans woman be considered men or woman? Can't they just be their own ukiue thing? And you know what, that should be celebrated. I think War for the Planet of the Apes said it best at the 0:52 mark.
$52. Well, that's nice and gay. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
For this bullshit. And you can't even say what a woman is. And I just find the fact that you want to lecture women, like Rachel, on how they should be as a woman is completely perverse, given you don't even know or don't want to say what an actual woman is.
I haven't said anything to Rachel. I haven't said anything to Rachel. I've never met Rachel before in my life until today.
Well, you responded to what she said about the role of a woman.
I wasn't lecturing her.
Well, it sounded like you were lecturing to me. Let me bring in Emily.
I was actually telling her about the historical reality of economics in the US.
Let me bring in Emily.
But you wanted to divert it to talk about trans women because that's clearly...
No, you banged on about trans women. I just said to you, if you don't know what a woman is, we've got a problem.
You asked the question, she's wrong.
No,
she's wrong about the economic history. She's the one looking at it through an economic prism that's extremely narrow. She's using feminist standpoint theory to try to tell us what the history of economics is.
Yeah.
She can't explain to us why, through all of human history and all of Western history.
Let her finish, lady. You talk plenty, lady.
Why through all of Western history we were able to raise a family, like a janitor could raise a family with 4 children on his income up until 1970. And what happened in 1970? We pushed women into the workforce in huge numbers, and we practically doubled the workforce overnight by pushing mothers and women into the workforce. This happened right alongside the creation of gender studies as an academic discipline And now we are in a situation where we don't have a family economy. We have an individual income economy, which means most people can't raise a family without both parents working.
Okay, let me bring in Emily, who's been waiting very patiently. Emily, good to see you again. Now, you started a kind of MAGA civil war when you railed against women who want to be a trad wife. You posted a TikTok video, which caused a lot of mayhem. Let's take a look at this.
I'm sorry, I hate to call out my own party, but the young girls on the right promoting this like trad wife bullshit. I just want to make sourdough for my husband. That's great. I'm all for it. I promote traditional values. I understand. I have been working since I was very young. I don't really plan on stopping working. I suggest you find a hobby that makes you money. But you guys, guess what? Guess what, baby girl? That lifestyle working out, a man, a provider, you just get to sit at home, bake bread every day. Slim to none. I would say none that's going to work out for you or quite literally anyone you know.
It's absolutely stupid to ever rely on anybody. It's stupid for men to think that if you're like providing for a woman and taking care of a family, that she's going to be loyal, she's going to be a good wife, mother, she's going to stick around and not try to fuck you over in some way. And it's stupid to be a woman and expect, oh, I'm always going to have my husband here to take care of me and love me and provide for the family. Like, anything can happen. Somebody could cheat on you. Somebody can just get bored, leave you. Somebody could die, and then they're not able to provide for you anymore. Somebody could get addicted to drugs. Like, you never know. It's stupid either way. Women should work, and men shouldn't get married. Like... That's just the way it should be. And if you want to raise a family with kids, then yeah, I mean, you're going to have to make a decision where you're going to either have to take a big risk and rely on someone else, or you're just going to have to work harder and make things work and have less free time and commit to working while raising kids. Like, that's your option. One requires more work and effort, and one requires a much higher degree of risk. So people should be able to choose what they want to do, but and you can make your own risk assessment, but yeah, I mean, it's stupid for men to rely on women, and it's stupid for women to rely on men. You should only rely on yourself. You are the only person you can ever trust. So she's not wrong. I totally agree with her. It's absolutely stupid for women to do this like trad wife thing and think, oh, my man is always going to stick by me. Like, the amount of stories of like husbands like just not being attracted to their wife anymore because they gained weight or something after they had kids. Then they start fucking their next door neighbor's daughter, like, and then they run off, or they leave the family or something, or they get sick and can't work anymore, or they die. And same thing with men. Like, oh, I'm going to take care of my wife, and then, you know, everything's going to be hunky-dory. What does she have to complain about? And then she ends up being like some stupid, dumb, crazy fucking bitch who makes your life a living hell. And then when you finally are in a place where you want to break off the relationship, then she tries to fuck you over even more by asking for money for the divorce and everything. Like, it's just stupid to ever rely on someone else. You can never trust another person other than yourself. Dodo donated $2. You missed the point at the scene. Nova was not sure whether or not she was human or ape, so Maurice instead told her she was Nova. Instead of answering the question, he changed it and gave her own entity sprite from human or ape. Same thing with trans. Well, that wasn't a proper sentence, but thanks for the donation, Dodo. W donated $2. Is this the alt-right pipeline, though? Gross. I'm not watching a video with babies in it. Thanks for the donation, W.
You're actually setting yourself up for failure because it could not be easier, if that's what you're going to pursue, to be trapped by a man. Okay? Also, let's bring some other things to the table besides sourdough. Guys want to be mentally stimulated as well as physical, okay? But I'm just like, please, you guys are too young to be promoting this. And also, by the way, it's cringe. You guys are cringe, okay?
Now, Emily, are you standing proudly by that TikTok?
Thank you guys for laughing. That is supposed to be the point of a lot of my videos. I don't take things too seriously. I usually say things like this and don't think anything of it. I do want to point out in the video, I did start it by being like, look, I love stay-at-home moms. I support them. I promote conservative values. I think the issue with the video is a lot of people just took the video and then gave their own meaning. The group I was specifically bashing on was the young girls in their 20s that promote like traditional lifestyles online that we all know in the right-wing community absolutely do not live these lifestyles. And it's just a bit over the top. It's kind of more cosplay than anything. So of course I support moms that do that. I just don't support the girls pretending to do it, I guess, if that kind of makes sense.
I'm not sure it does. Andrew, does it make sense to you?
Well, I mean, she's right in a sense that there's a lot of LARPing that goes on the right with the supposed traditional movement, which she's absolutely right, isn't living the traditional lifestyle. However, it's still a counterintuitive message to put out there that, oh, you're going to be trapped by your husband and his income. It's like, good. Don't you want to be in a relationship with your husband and have access?
Piper donated $2. Well, that's nice. The bird found his mom. Thanks for the donation, Piper.
Access to his income? Like, what's the problem here? That would be the values you're trying to move towards, right? So ultimately, it's a contradicting message. I understand why you got a bunch of garbage for it. It is a good idea, I think, to point out the LARP, a good idea to point out how much faux traditionalism is on the right because it's a way for them to peddle sex, and that's exactly what they're doing. You see them in skimpy outfits doing exactly that. Totally fair. But on the other hand, you absolutely should not be putting out a message which ridicules women for wanting to be stay-at-home moms and actually live some type of lifestyle which is conducive to their children and family. That's silly.
Let's play at this stage the clip.
Yeah, I mean, also trapped is just the wrong word to use.
Impressive. Now let's rate her looks on a scale from 1 to 10.
Let me take a look, retard. I would rather be a temporary fleshlight for 9 or 10, for a 9 or a 10, than a permanent sex slave and housekeeper for a 5. I'm sure most women feel the same way. Is the next one a photo of her? Okay, well, she's about a 5, so...
What I'm saying is much like giving Nova an identity separate from either human or ape. Why not the same with trans people?
Yes, that's why they're called trans women. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Alright, well, thanks for the donation, retard.
But overall, my message I stand by.
Okay, I want to play, because I think it fits in well here, the Caroline Levitt clip. This is where she's working with her baby. We'll just show the picture of her working at the White House with a baby in one hand and helping to run the country with the other. Now, when I first saw that picture, I thought, wow, that's a pretty extraordinary, powerful image of a young woman who's very young to be doing the incredibly important job she does. She does it, I think, extraordinarily well.
She's a liar and a fucking idiot.
And she's a mother, and she's feeding her son whilst doing this at the same time. Rachel, when you saw that image, it got a lot of blowback, good and bad. You know, some people loved it, some people hated it. What did you think about it?
Well, I actually tweeted about this too, because although I'm a big fan of Caroline, as a person, I think she's great, she's smart, she's lovely. I don't understand this compulsion, especially in the Trump administration, but on the right in general, where we're supposed to be conservatives, where we are pushing mothers to work. Trump has been a huge proponent of hiring women, getting women back to work as soon as possible after having the baby. And I think this is a huge mistake because, number one, what are we conserving? If we're not conserving the traditional family and traditional gender roles and motherhood in the middle of a birth rate crisis, what are we conserving as conservatives? Just like lower taxes? I mean, this should be a core issue for us on the right to say, no, motherhood is not a part-time gig that you do on the side. You don't, ship your baby off to daycare where they're spending 3 times as much time with a low-wage daycare worker as they are with mom while you go and do your career. There's plenty of life to live after raising kids. I think after you've done that, if you want to venture out and do a few more things, once you have the empty nest, I think that's okay. But pushing mothers to work it's one of the key things that's tearing apart the fabric of society because we're not raising our own children. We're not passing down our values to them. We're sending them to daycare and we're sending them to state-run schools, and that's who they're being raised by.
All right, Clementine, your response to that?
Do you work, Rachel?
No.
You don't make any money from your podcasting?
I make some money, but I do maybe
you do some form of paid employment.
Yes. First of all, my children are grown up now. I'm 44 years old, so I had my first one at 20. They're grown up. They're moved out.
Yep.
But I work still very, very part-time, maybe a couple hours a week at most.
But do you have
because my primary responsibility is to my husband.
But you've got 5 children, right? Is that correct? And they're all grown up and all moved out, or you've still got some young children?
The youngest ones
we still have
are
a couple
teenagers.
at home. And by the way, just making an
Okay.
argument from
So
hypocrisy.
can I just
Point
ask
out the
you?
hypocrisy.
Can I just ask you? Do you find, even with the small amount of part-time work that you do, which
I mean, why even rate it to them as trans woman or men at all? Why not their own ooky thing separate?
Again, that's why they're called trans women. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
you do get paid for, do you find satisfaction from that? Do you get satisfaction from that work?
It's not the money, because Andrew makes far more than I make. I make a very, very tiny amount of money off of, my book and a couple of appearances here and there. Might sell a few books. It's practically nothing. If I was doing it for the money, it'd be a waste of even the couple of hours. But what I would say to that is, we're not against women doing other things. So if you look at the Bible and the Proverbs 31 woman, she does a lot of things. She's out buying land. She's making decisions. She's doing all kinds of things. The difference is that she's doing them under the purview of the guidance and leadership of her husband and for her family, not for a corporation, not for her own glory, not for her own ambition.
A lot of that depends on whether or not you have faith in the Bible, which obviously not everyone does. But the reason I asked you those questions wasn't because I was trying to set you up or anything like that. It doesn't surprise me that you would get some satisfaction. To me, the point of the question wasn't about the money. It's about the work. It's about the passion that you put into it. And the reason I asked was because a multi-year study done by Adrienne Freck and Sarah Damasque, found that the mental health of women who worked full-time after the birth of their first child was significantly higher than those who didn't have paid work at all.
Q $2, isn't it hypocritical that Rachel is a whore with a previous marriage and several children? Unrelated, but react, please.
I look handsome.
Who? Who the fuck is Rachel?
Thank you. Hey, look though, I'm about to go in the city though. Like, you trying to come with me type shit? You want to come with me? All right, come on then. Bro, why is baby? Hey, gender. What do you mean, eggs? What is your gender? I'm trying
Okay.
Send this video to someone who says eating beef is wrong. Maybe they say it's ruining the environment. Maybe they say you're evil for killing an animal. Number one, let's start out with the fact. If you eat plants, you are also involved in the killing of animals. Any farm...
Yeah, but it's not a rights violation. This is like saying if you drive a car, you're involved in the killing of human beings because, there's something like 30,000 or so traffic fatalities per year in the United States, or I think that's in Canada alone. Yeah, there's something like 50,000 traffic fatalities in the United States. So they're not, just because something dies, it doesn't mean it's a rights violation.
Farm that has grain, vegetables, anything like that. They are killing animals. The tractors that go across those farms have to literally peel out dead squirrels, dead rabbits, not to mention all...
Yeah, so this guy doesn't understand how these tractors work. Give me a second. Let me see if I can find the video. Fuck. Ah, shit.
I'll ever wonder what it feel like to get run over by a damn old combine.
Yeah, So whenever you hear that shit, they're making shit up, flat out lying. They don't understand how combine harvesters work. They do not scrape along the ground. They only cut off the very top of these crops. So a human being can lay under these and not be harmed in any way. So the idea that a very small animal, like a rabbit, can end up getting caught up and shredded by these things, no, they're not nearly fucking tall enough. And this is also assuming they wouldn't just run away and leave if they see this big, loud machine coming towards them. Have you ever tried to get close to a deer or a rabbit in real life? Have you ever tried to go near a squirrel? What do they do when you try to go near, like, a squirrel or a deer or a rabbit? They run away. So not only is it impossible for these animals to get, like, cut up by these combine harvesters, but on top of that, they just fucking leave anyway, even if they could. So he's just lying and making this up.
All the bird species these displaced. And if you think every single life is equal, then what?
Okay, so again, this guy doesn't understand basic math. The majority of crops that are grown go to feeding livestock. So if he has a moral issue with animals getting killed, you know, in this sort of way by harvesting these crops, then he would be in favor of going vegan, because you could grow more food with less land and require less crop harvesting if we just ate the crops and didn't feed it to the animals. So therefore, less animal deaths. Like, this guy's an idiot.
What about the hundreds of thousands of bugs you kill? Also, how many cows is someone like myself who eats...
Yes, bugs are killed for animal agriculture. So again, same argument. And what's the counterfactual? Why would I assume more insects end up dying in a square mile of farmland versus a square mile of wilderness?
Eats beef every single day, really killing. A butchered, full-grown cow will give you around 500 pounds of usable beef. Even if I eat 1 pound of beef every single day, which I don't do, I throw in some chicken, some fish, I wouldn't even eat 1 full cow. And then when you get into the health...
So, again, this is completely false. Not all of the animal is actually consumed and eaten. And on top of that, people have preferences with cuts of steak. So if this guy is only ever eating, like, T-bone steak every day, he can't use this argument that, oh, well, I only eat a pound of meat, and that doesn't even equal a whole cow after a year. You're eating certain cuts of the animal. So it doesn't equate to what you're claiming it equates
to. Animal foods are a rich source of protein, amino acids, vitamins, minerals. They're one of the...
Yeah, so you can get all the nutrition you need on a vegan diet, so that's not an excuse. I'm bigger and stronger than you, and you're a fucking retard.
Healthiest things you can eat. And when you pair that with vegetables, fruit, some grains, you will have a healthy diet. So if you want to go more ethical, I would suggest supporting regenerative farms. And if you're vegan or vegetarian, that's totally fine, but I just think looking down on people because they eat beef or chicken...
Yeah, you're a piece of shit. You should be hung and have your throat slit open like the fucking animals you eat.
Isn't really right. Send this to a vegan or vegetarian that still gives you that side eye when you cook up that...
Yeah, you're a fucking piece of shit. You're an absolute dumbass retard. Go fuck yourself. That guy is a lying, dishonest fucking cunt. Hate that son of a bitch. Thanks for the donation, Q.
I mean, why rate it to them as trans woman or trans men? Why should we even assume what rate it to them as both sex? Why even use trans woman or men in the name woman or men in both trans names?
Because trans is the unique identifier. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
We're gonna try this one more time with a different video, you dumb fuck pedophobe. Is this the alt-right pipeline? Also, Rachel is Andrew Wilson's wife, you idiot.
Do you know what else is the alt-right pipeline?
I don't care about that chick. She's just a rage baiter. Thanks for the donation, W.
How is it not a rights violation to get hit by a car? Retard.
Depends on how you get hit by the car, but, you're an idiot. Thanks for the donation, WTF. Dodo donated $2. Saudi Arabia and Qatar have paid off Syria's outstanding debt, source World Bank. Huh. I wonder if this has anything to do with Donald Trump. Is ChatGPT racist? ChatGPT prompted to create the exact replica of this image. Don't change a thing 74 times. I don't know if that's true. Zelensky, Erdogan met today in Turkey. Turkey stressed its support for Ukraine's territorial integrity yet again. Yep. I wonder what Trump's excuse is going to be now. Alright, thanks for the donation, Dodo.
You rating the chick a 5 is woefully incorrect. She's clearly a 2 or lower. Bella Ramsey is a 1.75. A 5 would be someone like Lean Beef Patty or Michaela Peterson if you're being generous. Scarlett Johansson is like an 8.5. Who would you say is a 10/10?
I don't know. There's no such thing as looking perfect. Everyone's just different. Like, there's plenty of girls who I'd find equally as attractive, but they look extremely different. No way to, like, say somebody's a 10 out of 10. Thanks for that donation, though, retard.
No, not the word trans. I mean, why use both sex terms, men or woman, in the term trans? Why should trans people have the term men or woman in their names?
Because it relates to sexual traits. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
So I think that taking into account the fact that for a lot of women, and this is also what Betty Friedan found when she wrote The Feminine Mystique, that, and Stephanie Coontz backed this up as well in her book, The Way We Never Were, which is a history of a...
Well, are you married, Clementine? I have no idea about your situation, but are you married? Do you have kids? What's your deal?
Can we do another Any Elliot AI call? I can instruct him to sell a specific unhinged product to you. I thought the previous call was hilarious, TBH.
No, it's boring. We're not doing that again. Thanks for the donation, Any Elliot Closer.
Good deal.
I've got a kid. I'm not married.
Okay, but you have
So I'm a single mother.
Okay.
And I have a very excellent relationship with my son's father. We co-parent together very well, but
Okay.
we're not married. We don't live together. I certainly have found, since having a child, I mean, I've always worked anyway. I've been working since I was 13 years old, but I've always found that work for me is very satisfying. And what I'm saying is that these are the findings of multiple historians, anthropologists, scientists, that
These are the findings of diehard feminists who are only investigating this from a feminist point of view. They're already sold on the ideology, and what they do is they cherry pick data.
She's a world-renowned historian. She's not specifically a feminist. She's a world-renowned historian, and these were her findings as well. So you cannot deny the reality.
Did I say that women can't do anything else? We're not saying women can never leave the house. We're not saying you can't have other things in your life that you find fulfilling.
You're suggesting that the primary role for a woman, and that, in your faith, I'm not going to discredit that, but your faith in God says that this is what you believe God says that you should be doing. But the primary role for a woman is that she should be staying at home, that she should be devoted to her husband, she should be devoted to her children. The facts do not back that up. The facts of familial satisfaction don't back that up.
Well, hang on.
Yes, they do.
Hang on. Sorry, Clementine. I think you've chosen the wrong moment to say that. You've clearly got a woman here on the panel where the facts completely back that up. She's had a lot of kids. She's very happily married.
She loves that there would be exceptions to the rule, but statistically speaking,
well, you've just literally got one sitting there in front of you.
That's completely untrue, though. For her to say that this one study, that this one survey is going to tell us something. First of all, we have two.
It was a
multi-year.
It was a multi-year study.
Ma'am, if I
Let me ask you, Clementine. Let me ask Clementine. When you were you married or not? I can't remember what you said. Were you married?
No, I've never been
married. Okay. Well, when you were with your partner before you broke up, who did the household chores and stuff like that? I mean, how did you delineate that as a feminist?
It was a struggle because even in lots of supposedly
Like, I feel like there's a huge potential for survivor bias here. So the types of women who have children but still maintain a full-time career, they're probably they probably just have a different temperament compared to women who choose to not work but stay at home. So that sort of personality or temperament difference results in different life decisions, but their life decisions aren't what cause them to be happy or unhappy. It's just their temperament, personality. So it like, you could call it like a chicken or the egg sort of thing.
egalitarian households. And, you know, again, the data backs up that women, even women who make more money than their partners or their spouses, tend to do more unpaid domestic labor. This is the
who did most of the domestic chores?
In my house?
Yeah.
Me.
You did?
Me.
Okay, and Rachel, who does most of them in yours?
That's the reality for,
hang
most,
on.
for most
Rachel,
women.
who does the domestic stuff in your house, Rachel?
I do absolutely all of it. And the thing I want to say
So
to
you're very
Clementine
similar. I mean, it seems to me you're both.
I care far less about women's fulfillment in careers than I care about children and how they're being raised. And I want her to justify to me why we should be paying low-wage daycare workers to raise our children rather than doing it ourselves. How does it make sense to take your duty of motherhood and simply put it on a different random woman? How does that system make sense? Why should we tell women to do that?
If you would like to stay at home and raise your children, that's
you're not answering
totally
fine.
fine.
You're not answering the question.
My question is,
Answer
why
the
is it good for children
it's a question
for
of
them
choice.
to be raised by
It's a question of
daycare
choice.
workers?
It's actually not
choice.
worse.
No.
It's not worse
Why
for
is it
children
better outcomes?
to be raised
Why
by
is it
working
better?
mothers. That's
Why is it
also
better?
the facts back that up. There is no
No, they
study that
don't.
suggests
There's
that women
no
who work
facts. Listen, lady,
raise
there are
children
no
who are
facts
less happy.
on.
That is
There
not
are
true.
no facts on planet Earth that back up that single mother households have better outcomes. That's one. Two,
Or that
that
raising
outsourcing your
children specifically
hang on, let me finish. Lady, if you outsource the raising of your children, you're already making yourself a single mother, just so you know. Here's what's going on, just so that you understand.
Are you a single father because your wife raises your children for you?
Lady,
Excuse me, don't call me lady.
Can you let me
Don't call
finish? Can anybody finish a point? Can anybody finish a point? Or
I don't know,
only
do you have a point?
Are
You don't
only
seem
you
to be
allowed
making
to? I'm
one.
trying to make one. So
You don't
if
seem to be making a point, Andrew.
If you outsource your children's raising to strangers, answer Rachel's question and tell her how that makes more sense than having the child raised by their own biological mother. Actually answer.
Well, in my case, it makes more sense because I need to make money to pay my bills to raise my child.
It's
But in many other
counterintuitive.
families, it makes.
What if you
in many
depended on
other
your
families,
husband's income?
Do you see the problem of
Now
how
it's
we
my
ended
turn
up
to
here?
finish. Now it's my turn to finish. But actually, again, if you knew what you were talking about, if you actually read anything about the data on these.
Like, by the way, they're both wrong. Or you could say they're both right in some way. Like, there's daycare, there's school. Like, your children aren't gonna stay like infants forever. You know, like, there's maternity leave and shit, and by the time your kids are old enough, they can be put into fucking daycare or kindergarten, and then, like, eventually they go to school, and they're going to be at school all day. Like, you can... There's only, like, a short period of time where you can make this argument that, you know, oh, somebody has to stay at home and take care of the kid or something. So it's not a big fucking deal, and especially in this day and age in the US and just modern Western countries, a lot of workplaces have daycare programs for their employees. So you're still raising your kid. It's just that your kid might be away from you for a few hours of the day. And I mean, this is also during a period of time where they don't even really hold any memories. You don't really start retaining memories until you're like close to 3 years old anyway. So who fucking cares? Like, it's just weird how, like, they can't recognize, like, both sides can be right on some level and both sides can be wrong on some level. The donation expert donated $2. Who's worse, Bella Ramsey or Unnatural Vegan? I don't know. They're both bad in their own unique ways. Thanks for the donation expert.
These things rather than just reaching into your gut for a feeling that feels true to you.
Let's go over the data. Show me the data that shows that if you outsource childcare,
there was a father in the household.
Let me bring Emily in, because hang on.
There is no statistical data to support the fact that children raised by mothers who work are less happy than children raised by mothers who stay at home.
Yes, there is. There's tons of data.
I would never try and stop Rachel.
There's so much overwhelming data.
That's her choice. That's her choice to do that.
There is so much overwhelming data.
Because that's her choice.
Let me bring Emily in. Let me bring Emily in.
Piers knows that.
Emily was trying to say something.
You don't want your daughters and your nieces being forced to stay at home to raise families.
I don't want my kids to be forced to do anything. No, Emily, you wanted to say something.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I mean, look, I'm not going to argue data with either of you guys. I'm sure you know more than me, but I can say that my father is my hero and the most important person in my life. And if I didn't have him and he wasn't in the household, I don't know where I would be today. And my girlfriends who were raised without fathers in the household, I do see them struggle in different ways when it comes to dating and all these different things. And it's funny because it's like they do make a point. Like if there was a father in the household supporting you, I think a lot of these issues wouldn't be what they are. So I think there's points to both of these things.
Okay, let me ask Andrew.
But supporting in what way?
Is your name Andrew? Anyway, go ahead, Piers.
Yeah, well, Andrew, I was going to ask Andrew. When Rachel said that she does all domestic chores, is there anything you do? I mean, do you put the bins out? Do you the trash out? I mean, what do you do anything?
I don't do shit. That's what I got a wife
Maybe a little yard work.
But not only that.
If something breaks, there's yard work. That's about it.
Yeah, cars need repair, something like that. But I'm not going to do household chores. That's what I got married for. I don't want to do household chores. Not only that, on top of that, let's just point a couple things out. She's absolutely wrong. Here's what the stats actually say, that if a child is raised in a two-parent household, they're going to have way better outcomes. And if they have a present mother who's more present with them, they're going to have way better outcomes. Every single data point backs this up. The outsourcing of children to public school, especially for 8 hours a day, is absurd. Stop. Let me finish the point. Let me finish the point, and then you can respond. Let me finish the point.
I've got to say, Clementine, as someone who doesn't like being interrupted, you interrupt
Why is it that you won't let me finish the point?
I got a text message from your producer, Piers, telling me to interrupt if I disagreed with anyone.
Yeah,
so take it up with them.
I think that what's changed since that text message is you've made a point of objecting to being interrupted. So I don't think you can do that.
And yet I keep being interrupted. So that's just the state of play.
Why don't you practice what you preach and don't interrupt Andrew when he's trying to finish his point?
Yeah, so look, I've just finished the point.
Would he make a point? He hasn't made one yet.
Yeah, I just did. I made multiple points. All the data points.
Well, he's made the point that he doesn't respect his wife.
You're still not,
lady.
You still can't stop talking.
He didn't want to do anything
You still can't stop talking, lady. This is why it should say the 19th under that shirt. You cannot even be quiet long enough to hear a counterpoint. Here's the counterpoints. The data you're citing, you don't have any when it comes to outcomes for children. When it comes to outsourcing, they're raising.
Incorrect.
None.
Incorrect.
No. Show me any that shows that you sending your kids outsourcing.
Which data are you citing?
Would you stop so that I can finish the question?
No, tell me.
I'm trying to at least finish the question. Yes. Yeah. Okay. Here's the thing. One more time. All data points to the fact that if you outsource the raising of your children,
you can't just stand there and say all data. You actually have to cite it.
Cite any data that shows. Cite any data ever that shows that you outsourcing the care of your child is good for the child. Any. Yeah, that's right.
Koontz.
Nothing. Stephanie Koontz doesn't say that. You're lying.
Do you even know who Stephanie Koontz is?
Yes, you mean the feminist writer?
Stephanie Koontz is.
The feminist writer.
You clearly don't even know what you're talking about.
I can tell you.
You're not even interested. You're not even interested enough in the topic.
I'm sorry.
You're not even interested enough to respect the topic enough.
Let's make sure we got it right. Who's Stephanie Koontz?
Stephanie Koontz is an historian. A world-renowned historian into marriage and the structure of the American family.
And isn't a feminist, right? Isn't a feminist? I just want to make sure we're clear.
I have no idea if she's a feminist or not. I know that she's a historian.
Well, then why would you try to make a refutation about what I'm saying? Clearly, you don't know enough about the topic. Right? It's silly.
I'm only allowed to reference feminists. I'm not allowed to reference historians. Is that we're only? So
if you have a historian who's also a feminist,
clearly only allowed to reference.
If you have a historian who's also a feminist, they're biased, right?
Let me ask you, Clementine. Let me ask you.
Why are you so obsessed with whether or not she's a feminist?
Clementine, let me ask you a question.
She's a historian.
Because it
would be biased.
Let me try and ask a question here. Clementine, do you hate men?
No, of course I don't hate men. What an absurd, reductive question.
Why did you tweet?
Hate you? Hang on,
they hate you.
But why in 2020 did you tweet the coronavirus isn't killing men fast enough?
I tweeted that in 2020 as a misguided tweet, but it was actually much of a part of a longer
misguided tweet.
Thread.
Coronavirus isn't killing men fast enough. You say you don't hate men.
I apologize for it, Piers.
You thought a deadly pandemic virus wasn't killing men fast enough.
Apologize to men again. Do it again. You haven't apologized to me for saying that you want me to die from the coronavirus.
Well, I would have to consider you a man to apologize you for that.
Say you're sorry. Say you don't even know what a woman is.
Why would I apologize to you? I don't consider you a man.
Yeah, so when you say things like that, imagine if a man said something like that. The coronavirus isn't killing women fast enough, or breast cancer isn't killing women fast enough. Like, you would be so fucking canceled. But it's totally okay to, like, talk about how, man, I wish all men would die. Imagine if a man said, I wish all women would die. These people are just fucking clowns.
Andrew, I would like for her to apologize to me because I do not appreciate her saying that my own husband does not respect me. Of course he respects me. He respects me as a mother and as a wife. He treats me like gold. Who the hell are you to tell me if he respects me or not?
You wouldn't have to get paid for this if you had a husband.
I didn't say that he. Where did I even
You did.
mention?
You said he clearly doesn't respect his wife.
You did say that. I heard you say that.
You mean the piece of shit that you're married to? Yeah, he clearly doesn't respect you.
Oh,
He sits
there we
there
go.
and makes jokes about how he married you. He doesn't
He's
do
not
shit
the
around
piece
the
of
house
shit
because
in
that's
this
why you married a
panel.
wife.
That would be you,
That's why
man.
you got a
You're
wife.
the one.
Yeah.
Listen, let's get back to the topic here. You're the one who is
That would be
insisting
nice.
that there's
The
no
topic, the
data
topic, the
proving
list of
that.
topics that we
Shut
would
up.
I would
Shut your mouth.
genuinely,
Don't be
hang on, time out. I would genuinely like to know. You said it was misguided to say the coronavirus wasn't killing men fast enough. Why
it was
would
a
you?
terrible thing to say.
So
It
why
was a
did
terrible
you?
thing to say.
No, I
Yes.
understand.
I already said at the time
Don't
it was
worry,
a
let me
terrible
finish
thing
my
to say.
question. I do understand it's a terrible thing to say. My question, my bemusement, why would you say that?
Because I was really frustrated with the articles that I was reading about how the pandemic was it was derailing women's workplace. It was derailing women's economic trajectories. And there was a specific article that I had read about a woman who had founded her own company. She was the CEO of it. Her husband had taken a sabbatical prior to the pandemic. And within 2 days of childcare closing down, he said, I can't take care of the 4-year-old. And she quit her job to go home and look after the kid.
What's that got to do with you wanting more men to be killed?
So that's one Piers, if you're going to ask me the question, then let me finish.
You know what, Clementine? When you tweet, literally, coronavirus isn't killing men fast enough, I think I'm entitled to push you a little bit more than it was a bit misguided. You're literally calling for the mass culling of men while simultaneously pretending you don't hate men.
Come on, you know that. Don't be disingenuous. You know that that's not what I was calling for. You know that
you literally said coronavirus isn't killing men fast enough.
Tweet, and you know that I also apologized for it shortly after that. You know that I was sincere in my apology.
You didn't apologize to me.
Dragging it out 5 years later.
You apologize to Andrew, please.
Well, you apologized to me for saying you wanted me to die.
I would not apologize to you if I did something to you, let alone for doing nothing to you.
Even if you did something to me, you wouldn't apologize.
Was that the only time, Clementine? Hang on. I've got a follow-up. I have a follow-up. Clementine, was that the only time you tweeted that you want all men to be killed?
Yes, why don't you just say what you want to say?
No, just ask you a question. Have you tweeted previously?
I have tweeted prior to that.
Kill all men.
As a joke.
As a joke, right.
I have.
As a joke.
So you quite regularly think it's funny to say that men should be
killed? No, I don't quite regularly. There's two.
Unbelievable, this female thinks she can just disrespect her husband on live to live, saying what the fuck.
Yeah. Yeah, it's crazy. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
There's two examples that you can think of.
Yeah, you don't hate men, but you did tweet kill all men, and then you tweeted the coronavirus isn't killing men fast enough. I put it to you.
Oh, hang on. I
put it to you. You probably do hate men if you want us all dead.
Into the sun. I've also said that men should be fired into the sun. Tell me, at what point do these very clearly glib, and yes, I have apologized for them, but very clearly glib tweets from a time as well where Twitter was such a toxic, I don't tweet anymore, it's a bad place for everybody. Okay. At what point do those things be accepted as glib, misguided, regrettable, deeply apologetic for them now, remarks that you would never say again?
You don't sound very apologetic.
I think you should just admit that you don't like men. I think it's the problem comes when you keep denying.
I don't like you very much, Piers.
I don't care if you like me or not. You spray gun me in public. I couldn't give a damn.
Why do I have to sit here and admit to you that I don't like men? What do you hope?
I just asked you if you do or not. You said you don't hate men.
I said that I did.
You spend all your time wanting us to be dead.
Hang on, she loves me. You just gotta shoot him in the head. That's all.
You don't like me. You think Andrew's a piece of shit. So that's every single man involved in this debate. You hate.
Is absurd.
Every man.
What is she even doing here? She hasn't ever talked.
In this debate, Clementine, you said you hate.
Relationships with men, you shouldn't be giving advice on it.
Emily, what was that?
I hate every man in this
if you live a life where you've been unsuccessful in relationships, whether it's friendship, love, marriage, whatever it is, I think you're probably the last person in the position to be giving advice what women should do with men. I mean, I don't feel any animosity towards men.
How do you know that I've been unsuccessful in friendships and relationships? That's a very odd. Mom? That's a very odd. Well, being a single mother doesn't mean that I'm unsuccessful in relationships. I already said before that I have a very beautiful co-parenting relationship with my son's father. He lives in the same apartment building as us. We're deeply close friends.
That's
so
great, but
I don't understand why you think that is. I'm not bitter towards men at all. I'm annoyed at. I'm annoyed at the expectation that some men on this panel have, that women should do everything for them. I'm certainly angry at the fact that in the UK,
do you think Andrew does everything?
I do everything I can for my boyfriend. I'm
angry that in the UK, a woman is killed every 3 days by a man. I'm angry that in America, 3 women are killed every day by a man.
How many men are killed every day?
That's kind of different.
How many men are killed every day by men?
1 woman is killed every 10 minutes by a man.
How many babies do you women kill?
I'm angry about. And I'm angry
how many babies do you guys kill?
This is what they do.
1 in 3 girls over the age of 15 will experience sexual violence in her lifetime.
No,
I'm very
that's
angry
another
about
fake
that.
statistic,
I'm
and I would
angry
love
about
to tear
rape and
this
sexual
apart.
assault. I'm angry about the fact that the most dangerous person to a woman is a man that she knows. I'm angry about all of these things. Yes, but that doesn't mean that I hate men. That doesn't mean that I don't.
You just want to shoot him into the sun.
For men's greatness with women and with children.
You want to shoot men into the sun, you want them killed by coronavirus, and you want all of us dead, and you hate both the men on the panel. Other than that, you love men.
You love them. You love them. They're great. Even though they're out there being a bunch of idiots.
Well, my thing is, can't you admit that you at least like men enough that they gave you a beautiful child you're super grateful of? I mean, that's a positive.
This is honestly one of the most absurd conversations I've ever had in my life. I've just sat here and explained that I don't hate men. Yeah. I've just sat here and explained that I have a wonderful relationship with my son's father. I've just sat here and said that I've apologized for these things that I've said in the past. We've all said terrible things. Piers, you've said terrible things on Twitter. We've all said terrible things and apologized for them.
What have I said? Name one.
Piers, you want me to look them up right
Yes,
now?
please.
Okay, let me
Yeah,
just give me a second.
Tell me a terrible thing I said on
to
Twitter.
Piers Morgan,
While
terrible
she's looking, can I
tweets.
refute her fake statistics that she just gave? Because I hear
Piers
feminists
Morgan's
repeat this all
terrible
the time.
opinions.
Well,
There
go
we
on.
go. Look at that.
Give me a terrible opinion.
Rachel, I thought you were talking. Well, I'm just scrolling through the
yeah,
endless
No, we
terrible
can all
tweets.
wait, Clementine. The clock is ticking, though. I mean, find one terrible thing that I've tweeted.
I think that all lives matter was pretty bad.
You think all lives matter? It's a bit better than men should be dying faster, isn't it? Let's compare all lives matter against more men should die faster.
All lives matter is a rejection of Black Lives Matter.
I didn't reject Black Lives Matter. I didn't reject Black Lives Matter. I didn't reject it. I didn't reject Black Lives Matter. I didn't reject Black Lives Matter. Don't lie.
No, but you did.
No, I didn't. No, I didn't. You see, this is the trouble. You say that I said terrible things. When you try and find them, you don't have any.
I'm saying you're looking at it right here, Piers. All lives matter.
He didn't say white lives matter. He said all lives matter, which is true. And any decent.
Do you not think all lives matter, Clementine?
It's absolutely ridiculous.
I don't care if she says it was just a joke, so did the Nazis on Twitter. Jokes about the Holocaust. Freedom of speech does not mean freedom from consequences.
The reason she'd say that is because she hates men. Like, there's no way you can just, like, hand wave that away. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean it. Like, then why did you say it? It's just retarded. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. So now she's claiming Piers Morgan was against Black Lives Matter because he said all lives matter.
Clementine, do all lives matter?
I think that all lives deserve respect.
Do they
but
matter?
I think that in the context...
Do all lives matter, Clementine?
You do know what? All lives do matter. And
Thank you, thank you. And that bombshell, but the one terrible thing you found I've ever said, you completely agree with. So on that...
Do white lives matter, VG?
Well, if they're vegan, yeah. Thanks for the donation, retard. Oh my god, this is retarded. Yeah, the Black Lives Matter movement should have just used the slogan, All Lives Matter. That would have fixed so many of their fucking problems. I don't know why they wouldn't have just gone with All Lives Matter. It's just so stupid.
On that delightful note, will you agree with the one terrible thing that I've ever apparently said? We will leave this compelling debate. Thank you all very much indeed. I've got to say, Rachel...
Every 5 minutes a man is killed at a construction site of a building that would house a woman to be a secretary. Every 2 minutes a man is roofied and drugged by a woman on a date and got robbed. Every hour a man dies of drunk driving 'cause his wife bitched.
Yeah, men got it rough. Thanks for the donation, fuck you, VG. Jaquavius Cumberdale, donate $2. All fat is bad, lol, okay.
That you lose either way with a lot of sat fat or with unsaturated fat. And there are additional studies, things like
What the fuck is he talking about? Oh my god. For one thing, post-meal lipemia does not mean you're going to have angina. Has anybody ever eaten, like, avocado toast? Did your heart hurt after that? Were you having severe chest pains? No? Oh, okay. Well, I guess post-meal lipemia doesn't cause angina then. This guy is just a fucking delusional whack job. Yeah, if you eat fat, you're going to have elevated levels of fat in your blood post-meal. If you eat carbohydrate, you're going to have elevated levels of glucose post-meal. And if you eat protein, you're going to have elevated levels of protein post-meal. This is how, like, nutrients get into your body. These people are, like, I think they're just super anxiety prone, and they just freak out about just certain things for no reason. Like, you'll see the low carb carnivore idiots do the same thing, where they'll say, oh, if you have like a piece of toast, oh, your blood sugar will spike, and they'll show you like a stupid graph they made that looks similar to this. Who cares? Yeah, that's what happens when you eat food. Idiot.
David Blankenhorn's paper, where he showed whatever fat you eat, it increased arterial atherosclerosis. It did not matter.
No. Poly and monounsaturated fat does not cause atherosclerosis. That's just nonsense.
If it was sat fat, if it was a MUFA, monounsaturated fatty acids like an olive oil.
If it doesn't matter, then please explain the randomized trials where replacing saturated fat with poly or monounsaturated fat resulted in fewer heart attacks and less heart disease. If that were the case, and it doesn't matter, then why does it end up mattering?
If it was the PUFAs, omega-6, if it's omega-3s.
Okay, these are just idiots. Also look at these cool birds. The dodo might be extinct, but this is the next best thing.
This bird is one of the most rarest bird in the world and is listed as critically endangered. Meet the Takahe bird.
Oh my god.
The Takahe bird was declared
Oh my god, it's round like a blueberry.
Extinct in 1898, until it was rediscovered in 1948 in the Murchison Mountains of Fiordland.
Oh my god.
The Takahe bird is a large flightless bird that is native to New Zealand. They can grow up to 63 centimeters tall and weigh up to 3.5 kilograms.
Bird.
They have a distinctive blue-green plumage, a red beak, and large feet that are adapted for walking on ground. With strong legs and sturdy feet, the Takahe moves through dense vegetation with ease, using its long beak to feed on grasses, ferns, and shoots. Its omnivorous diet.
Give me a second. I think Gummy is vomiting. That's the first time he's ever done that. You're vomiting. What happened? Oh. Are you okay, little baby? Oh, what happened here? What's all this vomit? Are you okay? Oh, what happened? You okay, little Gum Gum? Oh, my poor baby, you got an upset tummy? Oh, poor baby, upset tum-tum. Oh. Alright, Gum Gum just vomited, and it's a lot of vomit. I don't know why that happened, but I'm gonna be a few minutes. I gotta clean up the vomit in the basement, so I'll be back in like 5-10 minutes. Baby. All right, I'm back. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Gum Gum's fine. He just vomited. Happens. Ugh. Nico, donate $2. What's your current body fat percentage? Can you give us an ab shot, please? I think I'm around 10%. I'm not going to bother flexing taking my shirt off right now, but you can take a look at my Instagram photos. Thanks for the donation, Nico.
It allows it to thrive in a variety of habitats. To protect the Takaha bird, conservationists have established breeding programs and predator control measures. Currently, there are around 400 Takaha birds in the world, with most of them living in protected areas in Fjordland and the near.
Oh, those are nice birds. Wow. They're like blueberries. Oh, that's a good boy, Gum Gum. Yeah, have a nice drink. Poor baby. Those are really cool birds. Wow. They're like miniature dodos. Thanks, Jaquavius. Dodo donated $2 on today's episode of Yep, That's Chinese.
China Fix Everything 58. Let's all just stare at the tofu drag ceiling and never fix the core issue. Live streaming in China can be also faked. Fake catching earthworms. Fake shipping tons of products live on stream and somebody is reading off a script, and you can also fake the number of viewers too. Hot and spicy soup instead of beef tripe, what you get is a dirty rag, like the Sichuan flavored dirty rag soup.
That is really gross.
Sichuan. China Fix Everything 57. Food processing. This is how mustard green is being processed manually, or should I say with pedals, since you know feed is involved. Oh, there's also spitting in it too. That's what makes it taste good. Gotta get the flavors right, or oral processing. In this case, your orchid bean snacks are made, well, with a hint of saliva. Handle your chicken like a pro, sliding.
Ew.
Or formaldehyde soaked bellfish.
泡的这个要泡多久？泡2天，泡的时候加什么东西？放甲醛，甲醛全用甲醛泡还是加水加甲醛？加水。
Turning it from dark and dull into shiny and silver. This isn't about finding a shiny Pokemon in the wild, or borax-soaked abalones. How about fish with too much veterinarian drugs in it? They use diazepam, which is a calming agent, so it's used to keep fish calm and decrease metabolism.
Because China's modern glories aren't built with steels, they're built with spines. And they have a huge amount of human resource that are expendable. Like in this video, this young man is worth 13 yuan, or at least that's what he makes the video out to be. He recorded his day as a quote-unquote plowing ox or workhorse. And he works in a factory, 13 yuan an hour. He arrives at the work around 7 a.m. and has lunch about 12, continues to work at 12:30, so he gets half an hour, and then he gets off work at 9 p.m. in the afternoon or in the evening. And he earns just over 100 yuan, so that's about $20 or so. Or you could say that's $2-3 an hour.
Jesus. I am very glad I never grew up in China. Fuck that shit.
There's also the humiliation aspect. In this video, the applicants are standing in line. They're just soaking in the rain, waiting for the interviews to happen. This is not a job queue, this is a humiliation. They want to create this idea that if you don't do it, others will. Because
理想 L9， 看电尾是不是冲？理想同学开门，理想同学打开后备箱。Hello， 理想同学，
Chinese electric cars continue to be problematic. The Ito M9 car was just a few months old when it broke down on the road, just shut down completely, unable to even turn on hazard lights, lost all power. This one from May 9th in Guangdong, a man claims that while driving his Ito M7, lost power and basically, while when pressing on the gas, or in this case I guess the accelerator, it became unresponsive, and it was terrifying for him. In Guangdong province again, a BYD vehicle experienced steering shaking.
Yeah, that's bad power steering.
And the day after that, May 10th, Sichuan, a car owner says that his Li Auto L6.
Those drive-by-wire steering systems are fucking garbage.
And that happens when the speed exceeds 60 kilometers an hour. So see, not just their buildings are bad, but also the cars can't even pass basic real function.
Yep.
And dates. All right, so you see this, right? You cannot thaw like that. You can't thaw like that, sir.
Beauty the eyes.
I know, but I understand that. It has to be running water. So let's get that fixed now. It has to be running water, cold running water. That's gonna get people sick right there, sir. All right, so as soon as we, what's this in here?
Oh
Squid?
my God.
Can you see? Can I see?
Squid.
Can I see? Sir, it cannot throw out like that, sir. It just can't. It has to be running water. And as a service safety manager, you know this stuff. Okay. 420, thank you. Looks good. Dates look good. Thank you, man. So you're coming off with a good start here. You're set up for success here. We just need dates on these things, you know.
Yeah, that's gross. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. G donated $2.
My friend Colin Plume from Noble Gold Investments just released his new book, Silver is the New Oil. And it says if you don't for technology, why silver is the new oil.
You're destroying America. You are actively contributing more. Giving you space. Allow this crowd, if you actually just talk to students.
By the way, can you find one older person right here? I'm struggling to look at it.
People you send in to manufacture the belief that you're actually popular with the American citizenship.
Harder because we're very.
I could have a bit more respect.
Yeah, this is just boring. Thanks for the donation, G.
I think, Rachel, it's lovely to see a very happily married couple who genuinely like each other. So thank you for coming on Uncensored. And in your case, Clementine, I hope you find a man like Andrew to take care of you. Thank you all very much. Piers Morgan Uncensored is proudly independent. The only boss around here is me.
Okay. Let's play some games. CDG donate $2. Hey Richard, how's it going? Those are beans that you sent me. They look like pinto beans. Made a batch of pinto beans, trying to eat healthy and cheap, so I'm buying bulk of staple foods to save money and also for my health. Did you eat melons and grapes today? What kind is your favorite? Well, watermelon's my favorite melon. It's really the only good melon. And, cotton candy grapes are my favorite grapes. Thanks for the donation, though, CDG. Not Call of Duty, fucking Contra. There we go. Are your favorite debates religious debates? I fucking hate debating anything at this point. Everyone's just a fucking idiot, and every debate I have is just cancer. No, haven't played Arma Reforger. I played Arma 3, and the controls for that game are just AIDS. You literally had to use the entire keyboard. It was ridiculous. What the fuck? Oh my god, it didn't, it didn't jump. That wasn't me, it just didn't jump. Fucking every time, dude. Great. Yeah, we're fucked now. Damn it, great.
Bazagon Raberdine Iran, to silked boot. Akari omresh goftin nabayad dark edonia degalat konad. Salam cast mabashi, say passes za amat shoma, barnem hatjin bina hayat. Bevo judnemiod jesam par zaman ham hast, var in garbal zamano kalmikon bar.
Well, I don't speak Spanish, but thanks for the donation, Mandalorian. Damn it! You mother of a fuck! son of a fuck! Oh, you bitch! The fucking hit detection! I don't understand that. That's ridiculous. Fuck! Oh, we're screwed. This is so... ugh. You're a boring game.
On today's
Yeah, nice try, dipshit. We're screwed. We're probably gonna fuck this up. Great. Fuck you. Okay. I think I know a better strategy for this cocksucker now. Fuck off. Son of a bitch! We're so screwed. We're so fucked. I don't know if I can do this without the fucking power-ups from before. God damn it. This boss is fucking ridiculous, dude. Like, actually fuck this boss. Bullshit. Like, actually fucking bullshit. God damn it. Why? I got through it before, fine, and now I'm just fucking up. Why can't you skip this? They're taking more damage. They're absolutely fucking taking more damage than normal. How cheap is that? How fucking cheap is that? His stupid little head. Whatever. It's like the best we've done so far. YT Mayo Monkey donated $2. Okay. Skip to 1240.
Republicans are not happy. Trump regime's attempt to suppress speech critical of America's complicity.
Don't care. You're about the 1,000th people who've sent me some stupid bullshit about Hassan and his lies about the fucking airport thing. Don't fucking care. Thanks for the donation, dude. It didn't jump! That's great. So the game just fucking cheats. That's insane. Fuck you. Oh my god. Yeah, sure you did. Sure you did. Sure you did, pal. Oh my god! Potato hater donated $2.
What? Lights.
Hey. How hot do I look right now?
Pretty hot. Can I help? No. Why? Because I'm stupid? That's not the word I would use.
How'd you fix it?
It was a loose connection. Antenna. I'm triangulating. Do you know how that works? Yes. With triangles. Where's 14?
Not 100% sure.
Okay, then guess.
If this is 7, 12's all the way over here. I guess it's somewhere in this neighborhood?
Hillcrest. Okay. Oh, I actually bought a protractor. You did?
Yeah, somebody sent this the other day. Thanks for the donation, potato hater. Here we fucking go. No, it... Oh my god. Dude, fucking suck my ass. Yeah, there we go. Uh-huh. Fuck this boss! Great. This boss is fucking bullshit. Dude! Oh god. Oh god! What the fuck is this shit? It just keeps going on and fucking you over. Oh my god, this is harder than Ishin in fucking Sekiro. Great, yeah, of course. Suck my ass. Fucking bitch. Oh my god. We're fucked. This just keeps going on. I was hugging the This is, if I can't get through this, like, fuck it. I'm just gonna look up a walkthrough guide. Do this some other time. Oh my god, this boss is just fucking retarded. Alright, first time not getting fucked up on that one. Wow, we're having a good fucking run. Holy shit. Oh! Yeah, I figured. Oh my god. Yeah, we're fucked. That's a bad sign. I mistimed it. Dude, fuck you. I mistimed it again. Oh! Dude, if that helicopter isn't... Okay, we're done. I'm not doing that again. Well, I inched closer. Alright, I'm, I don't know what I'm gonna do. I gotta install the chain on my bike. I might go for a bike ride after I do that. I might stream later since it's still early, kinda. Started stream earlier today. Been streaming for 6 hours. I don't know. I might stream later and just play this game some more. I don't know. I need a break. That's very, very fucking frustrating. But, hope you all had fun. Big thanks to everybody who donated in Streamlabs. Really appreciate it. And, if I don't see you later tonight, I'll see you tomorrow. Yeah, I could play Doom Eternal again, but we're sure as fuck not playing Doom the Dark Ages, that's for sure. But thanks again, everybody. Take care.